Okay. Thank you, Josh. You all may be seated. Good morning. Glad to see that everyone made it safely this morning. Does anyone have anything to report to the court with respect to the admonition? Anything about COVID status or COVID exposure? Very good. Ms. Gray, next witness for the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Detective Tony Gibson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Are we all set?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Detective, if you would please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tony Gibson. I'm a detective with the Special Victims Unit, Louisville Police.
And how long have you been with LMPD?
20 years.
What is the Special Victims Unit?
It is a unit that is put together and designed to investigate sexual assaults, domestic violence, crimes against children, crimes against seniors.
Right, and did you respond to the scene of an assault on November 12th of 2013?
I did.
To what address did you respond?
4204 Norbrook Drive, apartment 9.
All right, and is that address located in Jefferson County?
It is.
Do you recall about what time you were dispatched to respond?
I arrived on scene at 10:36. I believe I was called out at about 10 after 10 that morning,
Okay, what day of the week was it?
Tuesday.
Explain a little bit about how, what are the differences in roles between patrol officers and detectives within LMPD?
Okay, patrol officers are going to be your first responders, or they're going to be always out there. And when a call for service comes in, they're going to go and figure out what they have and what they need to do. If they decide at that point that they need a detective to come out, then they'll call us, and the detectives will come out and do the actual investigations for whatever that situation may be that the patrol officers showed up for.
Okay, and since you were the one that first were dispatched to the scene, were you at that time the lead detective essentially?
Essentially, I hadn't been officially assigned that just yet, but eventually my sergeant did assign that to me within the day. But at that time, I was the first or one of the first detectives on scene, and I was going to be running that.
Okay. Describe the scene from what you recall when you first arrived.
When I first arrived, I got in there and I walked through the door, and I could see signs of struggle that kind of went from the couch around the coffee table, led down a hallway and into a bedroom.
Okay. What was going on outside? Were there beat officers on scene? Were there?
Yes, I apologize. We had 2 officers on scene. One of them was at the actual apartment. I think the other one was down the street a little bit with some TVs. But fire and EMS were already gone by this time.
All right. So the victim had already been taken to the hospital by the time you arrived.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you see the victim at all that morning?
No.
Okay. All right. And when I say beat officers, and what are we talking about? Beat officers.
Patrol officers in uniform.
Okay. What's the first step that you typically do when you arrive at a scene of this nature?
Well, first of all, I want to make sure it's going to be safe and secure. Usually you get a chance to speak with somebody, a victim, witness something right away. In this case, I was not able to. The victim was already gone to the hospital. And so at this time, I just want to kind of walk through this thing and kind of see what I've got, try to figure something out. It wasn't a whole lot to do at that point because I didn't know what I had. And so right now, I just want to make sure this whole scene is secure. I did do some follow-up calls with the hospital. I was on the phone with a SANE nurse who was giving me updates on the patient and her condition. And at one point, I even stopped everything, moved everyone out of the apartment. We hadn't done anything yet, and I wanted to call homicide and have them advise if this is something they were going to take. And so we waited until we got the word back from the homicide unit that it would be my case.
Okay. So when you respond, would you get information from the beat officers about what they observed and about what they knew before you got there?
Absolutely. Yes.
And to your understanding, was anybody able to ask the victim any questions about what happened?
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
so at this point, are you basically piecing together what might have happened based on your observations?
Yes.
Okay. There's been some testimony or some conversation at the scene, I guess, about the door being forced open.
Correct. I was told that myself.
Okay. Were you able to get a look at the door to Sheila Devine's apartment?
I did.
Okay. And did you also talk to Mr. Haley, the maintenance man?
I did.
Okay. We saw some photos earlier that were introduced through Mr. Haley, and I'm going to show you those so we can talk a little bit about what you observed about the door. Did you see any dents on the door?
I did not see any dents. I didn't see any footprints. I didn't see any damage to the door. And I was looking at it, and I believe that there was no forced entry here, no damage to, or anything that would even suggest that was forced open.
Okay. How does that information, and is this the door frame here?
It is.
If a door had been forced open, what do you typically look for as far as indications that it had been pushed open?
That actual door frame there where the locking mechanism from the doorknob actually goes in there. Usually you'll see that wood portion of it there and that part of it broken or splintered and pushed in.
Okay. So was there any damage to the lock or the metal area for the lock?
No, ma'am.
Any damage to the door frame?
No, ma'am.
When fire departments respond, how does that information sometimes get communicated in error?
If fire or EMS goes to a scene and it's an unknown kind of scene, or they're not sure what it is, or when they do arrive and they have a door that's already open, for their safety of their personnel, they'll call it in as a forced entry, and they want the police there to go in and secure that for them before they go in.
Okay. So are firefighters and EMTs, are they armed? Are they prepared to address something that, like, if there was an offender inside the apartment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So do they generally make assumptions if a door is open before they get there that there could be a safety issue?
They do.
So is that sometimes how that information gets miscommunicated?
Yes, ma'am.
But in your assessment of the scene, was there any indication that the door had been forced open?
None.
And when you actually left the scene that day, were you able to lock and secure the door without any problem?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, once you responded, did you interview the first responding officers?
I did.
And basically, did you get the information, at least as much information as they had at that point?
I did. I was told that maybe this was they weren't for sure. They said a elderly female found lying naked on a bed, and she was unconscious and unresponsive. They thought maybe something medical, but they weren't for sure because no one was able to speak with her.
Okay. So is the fact that she was found naked, is that what indicated to them that it might be appropriate to call a special victims detective out?
I think that played a part in it, but I think they because they also advised me that there were signs of a struggle and the condoms that they found in the bedroom. So I think all of that combined is what prompted them to call sex crimes.
So when you first got there and walked through the scene, let me pull up another photo that we've seen through crime scene unit technician Gutterman. So when you get there, do you basically, as lead detective, or at least the first responding detective, make decisions about how to handle the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did you determine that it was appropriate to have a crime scene unit technician come out to assist you?
I did.
Okay. And the photos that we saw through Ms. Gutterman, is this essentially, obviously after the evidence markers have been placed, but where the items are? Is that how the scene appeared when you arrived at the apartment?
The only thing different from when I arrived, what you're looking at right now is that center cushion on the couch. We had pulled that all the way up so we could put the marker there. It was only about 6 or 8 inches raised when I first got there. But everything else is exactly the way it was.
Okay. And so your review of what you're looking at, is that what directed, I guess, your decisions about what might have happened there?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about what you did at the scene then. We've heard CSU Gutterman talk about the items that were collected. Were you with her the entire time while she was collecting the evidence from the scene?
I was.
All right. And is that typical that the detectives usually direct the crime scene unit technicians?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any memory of while she was there processing the scene for fingerprints?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall the areas that she might have processed for fingerprints?
I can't sit here and say all the areas, but I know without question, if you go into that bedroom back there, there is a window, and that window was open. And so I wanted her to process that window for any latent prints, fingerprint, that kind of thing. Back there in the back against the wall there, kind of can't really see it well there, but because it's light outside, but that window is open. And, you know, it was like 30 degrees outside in November, and I found it odd. So I had her try to process that window for fingerprints.
Okay. And if you look behind you, is that the area behind where the plant is kind of blocking?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how do you make decisions initially when you don't have a victim to say, this is what happened to me? How do you make decisions about what evidence is significant at this time?
It's not easy. It's difficult, but you're looking at, I'm walking through and looking at anything that appears to be out of place. Other than what you see lying on the floor and everything. And this apartment was fairly neat and clean and very well taken care of. The plants were taken care of, which signified to me that the person living there took care of herself. And so when I walk through there and I see all these different items laying out, even though I don't know what I have yet, I feel like it might be significant and maybe something we need to mark, take pictures of, and maybe collect.
Okay. Did you assist in collecting any individual? Well, let me ask you, when you first got in the apartment, did you notice any kind of distinct odor?
Not initially, no.
Okay. When you went in the bedroom, did you notice a distinct odor?
No, ma'am.
Did you assist in actually physically collecting some of the evidence?
I did.
Okay. What specific pieces or piece did you collect?
Number 13 on the screen there is that doily rag. I say rag, I'm sorry. It's a doily. And I saw what I initially thought was dirt or potting soil inside that doily rag. And so I had gloves on. I got a little tiny bag. I actually got down on my knee and I told Gutterman that I wanted to collect that because I was scared that picking it up and just throwing it in a bag, everything was going to fall out of it. And I didn't want to lose anything. So I got down on a knee. I grabbed the bag. I pick it up very, very slowly and gently. And as I'm raising it, nothing falls out. Not a single dust part, nothing. And I'm kind of curious now. I'm like, why is nothing coming out of this? And I realized that it looks almost tar-like in material. And I went, now I have children too. And I've changed a lot of diapers myself. And you had heard that when you smell that, you know exactly what you smell. And I knew exactly what I had smelled when I picked that doily rag up and dropped it in that bag.
Okay. So that item you had specific exposure to on the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So after you processed the scene, so Ms. Gutterman testified that she took the video, then placed the markers, and then all the items were collected, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So after she does that, does she have any further role in the investigation on that day?
No.
Okay. Did she transport the evidence?
She did. She transported the evidence to the CSU locker and lab area.
Okay. And at some point while you were on scene, were you advised that they had located some televisions?
I was.
And do you know where the televisions were located?
I do. I don't know the exact address. I may have that here, but I do know exactly where on the map. Yeah, I don't know the exact address of where those TVs were found.
Okay. If I put up the map that we've already seen earlier in the trial, can you walk the jury through?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Now, first, kind of orient us to the addresses that we're looking at.
Okay, the yellow marker that says 4204 Norbrook Drive is the L-shaped apartment building that the victim lived in. 2011, the red marker that says 2011 Landing Drive is where Eugene Mitchell lived. And 4308 Faganbush Lane is the North Fork liquor store.
Okay, let me ask you, it looks obviously on the map, it's always kind of hard to tell scale. How far is the liquor store from Sheila's apartment building?
It's not far at all. You could actually probably walk that in about 5 minutes.
And is there a lot of, when you were there during this morning and on repeated days after, is there a lot of foot traffic in that area?
There's a lot of foot traffic in that area.
Okay, so can you, if I hand you the pointer, could you show the jury about where the TVs were located? And if you'll do it on the screen behind you, because that's the one they can see. But
Okay, so 4204 Norbrook, and obviously Mr. Richardson was incorrect the other day when he pointed out that it was over here someplace. The TVs are actually found, do this without shaking too much, down this street where these houses are located. These are single dwelling homes, not apartment buildings over here. So it actually went this way and up to these houses.
okay, so did you actually go look at the location where the TVs were found?
I did.
Okay. And did you request that crime scene unit technicians collect the TVs?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to, as part of being in Sheila Devine's apartment, were you able to make a determination about whether or not those TVs likely came from her apartment?
No, they were not from that apartment. We had one TV, the very large one that you see leaning up against that house, was a wall-mounted TV. It didn't even have a base. And then the other one that you see sitting upright on the ground had a long rectangular base to it. And the dust print on Miss Devine's TV stand was oval.
Now, while Ms. Gutterman was there with you, did you ask her to fingerprint the TV stand?
Yes. I'm sorry, the TV stand?
Yes,
I
in
apologize.
Sheila's apartment.
No, we did not. I didn't ask her to do that. Like I said, it's covered in dust and you're not going to get a fingerprint from that. If there was a fingerprint on there, you would have seen it because it was dusty and we didn't even see that. So we couldn't have done that.
I'm going to show you. I believe that we have introduced a similar photo, but I'll mark this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 149. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
I do. This is the TV stand in Miss Devine's apartment.
And is that how it appeared the day that you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to admit and publish Exhibit 149.
Any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Still admitted?
I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit, and it's hard for the jury with the lighting to see really well, but if you could maybe use the pointer and talk about, kind of explain what you were able to see.
This oval shape right here is where a TV had once sat. There was no dust on that part of it because it was covered by the TV at some point. What you see all around it, however, is a layer of dust all the way around it. You got there you go. You have the AV cord, an antenna, maybe a coaster. I don't remember what that was, but maybe a coaster of some kind. But I think you can see now the layer of dust that goes all the way around this oval shaped marker where the TV had once sat.
So at that time, did you collect any of the cables or antenna or anything like that from the TV?
I did not.
Okay. Did you at a later date collect that?
We did.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a bit. All right, while you're processing the scene, at this point, do you also call out other detectives to assist you in the investigation?
I do. It's a large area and I have really no idea what's going on yet. So I need some assistance in talking with neighbors.
Okay, we've heard from retired Detective Bailey Gallagher. She went to the hospital first. Is that routine if a victim's already gone from the scene before the lead investigator gets there? Do you have someone go to the hospital to try to get information there?
Yes, we have no idea what her condition is at that point. She may be doing much better. I want somebody there to get some information to help me out, figure out what I need to do at that scene.
Okay. And were there other detectives that responded to the location on Norbrook to assist you?
There were. I asked those detectives if they would, I would send them in different directions to knock on doors and talk to neighbors.
Okay. What's the purpose of that?
It's a neighborhood canvas is what we call it. You never know. There may be somebody out there who was walking that night or that morning who may have heard something, saw something. You'd be surprised how much information you actually get from a neighborhood canvas sometimes.
Right. At this point, did you even have an idea of the timeline of when Sheila had been attacked?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So as these detectives are assisting you and going to other locations, doing other things, are they communicating with you about what they're learning?
Yes, I would get phone calls or maybe they would come back to the scene where I'm at and tell me what they had seen or what they got and what they found and what they didn't find.
Okay. So that morning, did you receive any information that kind of filled in the blanks and gave you an idea of what time this might have happened or who might have been involved?
I did get some information. I don't know that I got enough at that point to say that I knew what happened or what the time frame was. Everything was flowing and very dynamic and everything kept coming in from all different directions. So I was still a little bit in the dark on things. I did a neighborhood canvas myself with the actual apartment building where the victim lived at, got some information there, but it's still very, very young in the investigation. I still don't know what really is going on yet.
So at some point, do you get information from Detective Phelps about information from the liquor store surveillance videos?
I do.
But was that morning while you were still in the apartment?
I apologize. I don't, it's been a very long time. I'm not really sure exactly when I got that information. Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. As part of, so you said a neighborhood canvas is basically knocking on doors, right?
Yes,
Talking to whoever's home to find out what they might know. Did you go to apartment 13 that morning?
I did.
All right. And who lived in apartment 13? Or who did,
A lady named Catherine Smith lived there.
okay. Did she let you in her apartment?
She did.
And how is apartment 13? Where is it located in relation to Sheila's apartment?
So it's on the second floor with Sheila's apartment. But if you go toward the L of the building where the two sides come together, you make that corner there, and that's the door number 13.
And when you went to that apartment, did you speak to the woman that lived there, Catherine Smith?
I did.
Was there anyone else there?
There was a man passed out on the living room floor, or at least asleep.
And at the time, did you have any idea who that man was?
No.
And who were you once you were able to identify him, who was it?
I woke him up and identified him as Eugene Mitchell.
All right. Detective, I'm going to approach and hand you, I'm sorry, if I may
You may.
approach back and forth. Thank you. Hand you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibits 150 and 151. Do those photos accurately represent how Catherine Smith's apartment appeared that?
They do.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I come up and move to admit and publish.
So admitted.
All right, so if you would just kind of explain to the jury how things appeared.
Okay. I knocked on the door and all I heard was come in. So I just opened it and I saw Ms. Smith standing there and told her who I was. And she said, come on in. Mr. Mitchell was kind of lying right through here on the floor. On his stomach, asleep, has no idea I'm there. I'm looking, you can see the department's in disarray, got some stuff laying everywhere. Right here is vomit on the floor. Miss Smith tells me that she got sick and vomited on the floor. You can see as well the Old English beer can right there was laying against the wall where Eugene Mitchell was asleep.
Now, do you recall about what time it was that you went into Miss Smith's apartment?
At 11:08 is when I make contact with Miss Smith in apartment 13.
And at that time, had you received any information from the liquor store about surveillance video and who Sheila may have been with the night before?
No, not at that time.
So did you have to wake Eugene Mitchell up?
I did.
And were you able to get information about who he was? Did he identify himself?
He did. He was upset and mad, very angry that I woke him up. I got his information and asked Mr. Mitchell if he had seen or heard anything that was unusual the night before or this morning. He said, no, can I leave? And I said, sure, go ahead. And I allowed him to leave.
Okay. And at that point, did you have any basis to detain him or
No,
any
ma'am.
information?
I had no information or anything that tied him to anything. So I just identified him, asked him if he heard anything. He said, no, I let him go.
Now, at some point, we heard information from Ms. Gutterman that she got from you 2 Old English beer cans that were collected at apartment 13.
Correct.
So is that where the beer cans, is that where you collected the beer cans?
That's one of the beer cans I collected from apartment 13.
Okay. And did you then provide them to Ms. Gutterman to be placed into property?
I did.
And did you collect them in a manner consistent with crime scene unit technicians' policies about packaging it and keeping it separate from other pieces of evidence?
I did. I was wearing my gloves at the time, and I picked each one up after taking some photos and placed them in a paper bag separately.
Right. What was the reason that you thought that you should collect the Old English beer cans from apartment 13?
Because going through apartment 13 and my first initial walkthrough, one of the things I saw was an Old English beer can.
Going through
Apartment 9 with Miss Devine's apartment, I see an Old English beer can. And then I go 2 doors down to apartment 13, and I see a guy laying there asleep right next to one, and another one in the apartment as well. I just wanted to make sure.
Now, you were in and out of Norfolk Liquors quite a bit as part of this investigation?
I was in the Norfolk area and Norfolk Liquors multiple times during this investigation.
Is Old English a pretty common purchase in that liquor store?
It is.
Okay, so just seeing those cans, was that enough for you to make any determination at that point about what might have happened?
No, it's not. I just wanted to make sure that if there was going to be a connection, that I had collected them.
Okay. So at the first time that you encountered Eugene Mitchell, you still didn't have any information from the other detectives about him having been with Sheila Devine the night before, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So at some point that morning, did you interview Mr. Haley, the property manager that we heard from earlier?
I did.
Okay, and was that maintained as part of your investigative record?
It was.
Okay. When you went through Miss Devine's apartment, when you went in the bedroom and you saw the brown matter in the doily, what was your first impression? What did you think it was?
First impression, I didn't even know what a doily was. I had no idea what it was. But looking down at it, I thought to myself, because there's so many plants in this apartment, they're everywhere. And I look down and I see this, I initially think it's potting soil from a plant. So at some point, and I don't remember if it was after. No, it was before I picked that doily up and realized it's not falling out and smelled and put it in a bag. I wanted to see what plant had been disturbed. I walked around the entire apartment. I looked at every single one of those plants and the base of the plants in the dirt, and nothing. I couldn't find one single one that was disturbed with dirt missing.
Okay. Was the soil in the planters, was any of it particularly wet?
No, they probably, all of them probably needed a little bit of water. They were dry.
Okay. And did you find any bags of potting soil in the apartment?
No, ma'am.
And when you were looking through the apartment, did you look through cupboards? Did you look in closets?
I looked in closets. I can't recall if I ever looked in any cupboards. I don't recall if I did or not on the cupboards.
Okay. Were there a number of, did you see, I guess, debris like leaves on the floor in different areas of the apartment from the plants?
Yes.
Did you see around any of the planters dirt or soil?
I did not.
So nothing disturbed inside the planters, nothing surrounding any of the planters?
No, other than just a couple of leaves and twigs from time to time somewhere around the floors, but no dirt, no potting soil.
Okay. Now we saw earlier through Ms. Gutterman a photo of the dresser, and it looks like one of the planters is broken.
Yes.
Did you look at that planter to see whether or not the dirt inside was disturbed?
If I recall, so you have a planter there that says like soup, which is not disturbed. That vase, that plant, I believe, is coming. I didn't think there was anything in that. I thought it was empty.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing anything in that planter. I think what you're looking at is plant coming out of the soup bowl and into. I don't recall there being dirt in there at all.
Okay. So did it appear, the brown chunks that were on the dresser, did it appear that they had come out of any of the planters on the dresser?
No, they had.
All right. At some point after, about how long would you say that you were on scene before you were ready to secure the apartment and leave to go look into some other things?
I was there several hours, 3, 4, maybe 5 hours total.
Okay. And when you were ready to leave the scene, was the apartment secured?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
I obviously do not have a key to the apartment, so I can't lock that top lock, the deadbolt. So I lock from the inside, pull it, and believe we made contact with Mr. Haley to go in and lock the top later at a later time.
Okay. As you were leaving the apartment that morning, did you have any further contact with Eugene Mitchell?
I did. Actually, as I'm leaving the apartment, we are done. We were walking out. I hear someone yelling and screaming, "Where's the police? Where's the police?" And as I step out on that lanai, Mr. Mitchell, the guy I had met at Catherine's apartment number 13, is coming at me, yelling and screaming, and "Where's the police?" So he walks up to me and I go, "What can I do for you, Mr. Mitchell?" And he says, "I was with her last night, but I didn't kill her." And I'm like, "Okay, what makes you think she's dead?" And he said, he pointed to our evidence van. He says something to the effect of, "You guys don't bring that out unless someone's dead."
Right. Let me ask you what you're talking about when you say evidence van.
Okay. So our ETU, or our CSU is what they're called. It used to be ETU. CSU technician Gutterman, who came out and helped me with the processing of she drives a van. Inside that van is going to be everything we need, those little green markers that you saw, bags, cameras, everything we need to go in and process a scene, they put in this van. And that's what they bring out to these type of scenes.
So is it a clearly marked van that's crime scene unit?
Clearly marked, Louisville Metro Police crime scene unit. I believe it even may have lights on it.
Okay. So at the point that Eugene Mitchell approached you, did you at this point still have any information about Sheila, about people that she knew, about who you might be looking for?
None whatsoever.
Based on his approach, were you situated to conduct any kind of formal interview with Eugene Mitchell at the apartment building?
No.
So did you decide after he approached you and made those comments that it would be appropriate to interview him further?
I definitely wanted to talk to him further once he came up and made that comment.
Okay. And did you take him down to your office to interview him?
I did.
Okay. How did you get there? How did he get there?
He didn't have a car. He was didn't have any transportation at all. And I told him that I would take him to headquarters and bring him back when we were done, and he agreed.
So when you spoke to him that day, did you also collect Eugene Mitchell's buccal swabs?
I did.
And what's the purpose of that?
Purpose of that is I'm at that scene, and the information that I do have, even though it's very limited, suggests that there may be a sexual assault that had taken place. And I've got this guy telling me he was one of the last people that at least I know of at that moment that was with her. I want to get his buccal swabs, the swabbing of the cheeks for DNA purposes, should we need them later down the road.
Okay. What's the process when you take buccal swabs from a suspect?
Okay, so I would glove up. The swabs are about that long, and they just have cotton swabs on one end of them. I will write on the little box the name of the person, the date, the time, open it up, reach into his mouth, and just swab the sides of his cheeks and slide them in the box. And then we send that to our evidence technician unit. And when later down the road, when we need to, we send it out to the lab for testing.
Okay, so essentially they're like sterile Q-tips.
Sterile Q-tips out of a package that's not been tampered with or messed with.
Okay, and did you place them in the envelopes and seal them pursuant to all the crime scene unit procedures about maintaining the integrity of the evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and were they then given to a crime scene unit technician to be placed in the property room?
They were.
And we heard testimony from the lab analyst about buccal swabs that they received to compare to the evidence from the scene. Are those the buccal swabs that you took from Eugene Mitchell?
Yes.
Right. when you were communicating with Eugene Mitchell, did you notice anything about his clothing or his jacket?
When he approached me, I didn't notice anything particular about it when I woke him up. On that lanai, when I'm leaving and he approaches me, I notice the jacket and the buttons. And I also noticed that I believe it was the third one down from the top, that button was missing. And I just collected a button from the living room.
I'm going to put up the photo that was introduced through Ms. Gutterman. Okay, so you were actually able to look at the button before it was packaged and placed into evidence.
Yes.
And did the buttons on Eugene Mitchell's jacket look similar at that time?
Just by eyeing them, yes, they were very similar.
All right, so after interviewing Eugene Mitchell and collecting his buccal swabs, did you do anything further with him that day?
Took him to headquarters, interviewed him, took buccal swabs, and took a photo of his hand, and then took him back to his neighborhood.
Okay, and why did you take a photo of his hand?
There was a cut on his knuckle that looked fresh. I still think I've got this scene where a struggle took place. I've got him saying he was there. And so I asked him if I could take a picture of his hand.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked CONNELL's Exhibit 152. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes, I do.
Eric, this time, does that accurately depict how Eugene Mitchell's hand looked when you interviewed him that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit and publish Exhibit 152.
Any objection?
No judgment.
So admitted.
So Detective, if you would just explain to the jury what we're looking at and what you observed.
Okay, you got the forefinger, the middle finger, the ring finger, and the pinky. And then this, what looks like a semi-fresh wound to his knuckle on the middle finger.
And if you're investigating any scene where there's an unknown assailant and a victim's been assaulted, would you look for people who have injuries on their hands?
Yes, absolutely.
And is that the reason that you documented this?
Yes.
All right, so after that, did you either take him back to the neighborhood or have someone drive him back?
I drove him back. He asked me to take him to North Fork Liquors, and that's where I took him and dropped him off.
At some point that day, were you able to communicate with Detective Phelps, who was on scene talking to people, talking to the owners of the liquor store?
Yes.
And we'll hear from her later, but did she communicate information about what she had seen on the surveillance videos?
She had said that she had seen the victim in the store, and she appeared to be with someone. I hadn't seen the video yet, so I didn't know. But she said she had seen him on the video camera in the liquor store.
Okay. At what point were you able to view the surveillance video from the liquor store? Was it that same day?
No. Detective Phelps had to go back at another time and have one of our techs with her to have that video downloaded. So it was a few days probably.
Okay, so how does that work when a business has surveillance video that's of interest in an investigation? Are you guys able to just, how do you access it? How do you get copies of it?
Okay, sometimes people cooperate and they just say, okay, you can come in and get it, whatever you need to, or sometimes they don't. We've got to do grand jury subpoena or search warrant to get it. In this particular case, they did cooperate and said we can have it. However, these video surveillance systems are so different from store to store. We actually have a civilian that works for the police department. He is a forensics interviewer, or excuse me, forensic video personnel, and he has a lot of knowledge about all these different types of systems. He was requested to go out there. We marked the video sections that we needed, and he was able to download that for us.
Okay, by sections that you needed, do you mean like specific times on the surveillance video?
Specific times during the day.
Okay. So, right, so you obtained those a few days later and you were able to actually view them in detail at that point.
Yes.
All right. Was the defendant Guy Marcus Allen on the surveillance video in the liquor store that night?
Yes, he was.
Had you identified him that night?
No, ma'am. I had no idea who he was at that time.
Right. Later that day, were you able to, did you ever go to the hospital that day?
I did. Later that night, I went to the hospital.
Did you speak with the victim's daughter, Brooke Jackson, at that point?
I did. I spoke with Miss Jackson and the sister to Miss Devine.
Okay. And were you ever, during the entire investigative process, able to speak with or interview Sheila Devine?
No, Miss Devine laid in a hospital, whether it be U of L or hospice, for 17 days. And I went to that hospital and hospice every single day, including my off days, with the hopes that she was going to recover and be able to tell me what happened. But that didn't happen.
Now, when you spoke to her daughter and her sister that night, did you try to obtain any information about Sheila, about people that she knew, about people that she might be spending time with, that kind of thing?
Sure. Of course, I want to know who she talks to, who she's friends with, who she's close to, that kind of information.
Did they have any information about the people that were in Sheila's life?
No, very little. I couldn't get much of anything. Nothing to move forward with.
Okay. And throughout the investigation, and especially over the next couple of weeks while Sheila remained in the hospital and in hospice, did you see Brooke Jackson and Sheila's sister on a regular basis?
Nearly every day, if not every day, during the time that she was in the hospital or hospice.
Okay. We heard testimony from Detective Bailey Gallagher earlier that Miss Jackson indicated that her mom had mentioned being friends with someone named Bob.
Correct.
Were you ever able to get any additional information from Brooke or Sheila's sister or anyone who knew Sheila about anyone named Bob?
I got zero information on who Bob was. I have no idea to this day. I never got an age range, a date of birth, a last name, an address, phone number, nothing.
Did you know if he was anything about his race, anything
Nothing whatsoever.
Right. Now, when at the hospital, we heard testimony from Amanda Corzine earlier. When she conducted the SANE exam, did she communicate to you some of the information that she learned?
Yes.
Okay. So is that part of a routine part of an investigation in a sexual assault is to get information from the sexual assault nurse examiner?
Yes, we work very closely with the SANE nurses. We have good relationships with them, so it's nothing unusual to have constant contact and getting information about an exam they perform.
Okay, so at that point, were you able to learn a little bit more information about the nature and extent of Sheila's physical injuries?
Yes.
All right, and were you also able to get information about the extent of injuries to her vagina and anus?
Yes.
The sexual assault exam is collected. Can Ms. Corzine tell you, I swabbed these areas and there's evidence there? Like at that point, do you have any information about what the lab might find on the swabs?
No, I can only guess or suspect, but until it's tested, I don't know what's going to be found in that kit.
Okay, so you don't know if they were able to locate, at this point, you don't know if there's semen on her body, you don't know if there's saliva, you don't know what substances, you just know that areas were swabbed and this information is going to be sent to the lab.
That is correct.
All right. At this point, did you communicate anything to Amanda Corzine about what you believed was on the doily? Did you tell her that you thought that it was feces on or did you mention in the apartment the doily with what you believed to be feces on it?
I don't think I did. I don't recall that specifically. I think I ran with the whole dirt thing or was asking what she thought it might have been. I don't know that I revealed that. That was something we wanted to keep to ourselves. I think the first person I ever told was Detective Vance, Sergeant Vance now.
So you didn't have any discussions with Amanda Corzine about what you thought that might have been?
I just don't recall if I did. I might have, but I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Okay. Now, when you first arrived on scene that morning, did the first responding officers describe to you Sheila's condition and did they give you a description of what was in her mouth?
They only said that something had come out of her mouth and said it looked like dirt. They did tell me that she was found nude, unconscious, unresponsive. That's about all I got from them that I can recall and remember.
Let me go back just for a minute to, or actually while I'm on it, the sexual assault examination, the evidence collection kit. Is this the item that we've already seen and been introduced into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, that Ms. Corzine testified that she uses to collect and submit the evidence to the lab?
Correct.
And did you collect that from her to be submitted for testing?
I did.
How does that process normally work?
Okay, so when the exam is done and they have dried all their Q-tips or cotton swabs, they package it all up inside individual envelopes, seal those up, put them in the box. They seal that, sign it. I go and fill out they have a chain of custody form saying that they're giving me this and I'm the one taking it. I sign for it, date it, and then I collect it, and then I take it to our CSU unit and put it into property so it can be sent to a lab for testing.
And is that information, is that procedure followed for the collection of every single rape kit from the hospital?
Yes, correct.
All right. And you talked about they dry the swabs first. Explain why they do that.
So some of these swabs, you had heard the same nurse say that sometimes you put like saline on the top of a swab to swab some that may be dry, like a dry secretion. So that swab is wet. So they have these little dryer machines in the same examination room. You stick them in there, Q-tip up, and then they're able to shut it down. It just kind of blows air over it to dry it out. So when they push it into the box, you got a dry Q-tip going into a paper cardboard kind of box. Doesn't seep out or anything.
Okay, so they're packaged in envelopes, basically, like we saw. So you wouldn't want to put a wet item in there.
Correct.
All right. Now, let me also go back and talk to you about the TVs that were located. Now, you said that you had the crime scene unit technicians transport them to the property room.
Correct.
And were they booked into evidence?
Yes.
And are they still in evidence?
They are.
Were you able to do any follow-up to make any determination about where those TVs came from?
So I spoke with the two officers that were on scene who are familiar with the area. They testified it wasn't their beat, but they bordered that area. So these gentlemen work out there, and I asked them if they knew of or was any recent burglaries in the area for them. They said no. I did meet with two 6th Division. This is in the 6th Division, this place, what we're talking about. I met with two plainclothes detectives, asked them some similar questions. They were not aware of anything. And I did attend a 6th Division roll call where I spoke with an entire platoon of officers, and no one had any information about any recent burglaries or any reported stolen TVs or anything.
Okay, so when you talk about 6th Division, that's just how the county's broken up as far as patrol assignments, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you have, throughout this investigation, regular communication with officers and detectives who routinely work crimes in this specific area?
Yes.
And did they assist you in, were they helpful or were they looking for information related to your investigation?
I asked them to help me locate a couple of different things, and I assumed that they were out there trying to help me.
Okay, so they were given, I guess, details about what information you were interested in.
Correct.
Were you able to search? Is there a mechanism in the police department to search for specific stolen property?
There is.
All right. Now, the TV that belonged in Sheila Devine's apartment that wasn't there, was Brooke Jackson able to give you any specific information like a serial number or anything like that?
Not a serial number, but the make of the TV, and she was a little iffy on that, but it felt like she might be quite certain about the actual make of the TV. And I think possibly even maybe the size, but again, she was not 100% certain about either one of those two pieces of information.
Okay. Now, with that particular information, what can you do and what did you do as a detective to try to locate the TV that was missing from her apartment?
We have available to us a search engine, if you will, on the police department, where you're able to go in and look for certain items by description and what you want to look for. And this search engine searches local pawn shops. And so I was searching for multiple different pawn shops in the area for a TV that Miss Jackson described to me was possibly the one in her mother's house.
Right. So basically you were looking for something that matched the brand and size description, and that's about what the information that you had.
That's about all I had to look for, but I did try to find it through this, through the local pawn shops.
Okay. So pawn shops in Jefferson County, do they enter, if someone pawns a television, did they enter into that system that police have access to, the serial number and things like that?
Yes.
Right. So if you had the serial number, could you have searched by serial number?
If I had the serial number, I would have been able to just put that in. If it was anywhere in one of those pawn shops, it would have popped up immediately.
All right. But without the serial number, the only thing you could search by is description.
Right.
Did you find any televisions pawned over a period of time during this investigation that matched the description of Sheila's TV?
I found a few. I made phone calls, followed up with people, made phone because when they enter that information into their system, they also give the information on the person who pawned it. And so I was reaching out to these folks that pawned a TV that was similar, but I was never able to make a connection.
Okay. And the televisions that were found propped up against a house in the neighborhood, were you able to search to see if anyone reported those items stolen?
Yes. So we have in our reporting system, the police reporting system, if you go down to, there's a tab that says property evidence management, something to that effect. You can go in there and punch in, again, a serial number off of an item. And if it's matched up to a report, then it will pull that report up for you. And we didn't get any match.
Okay. So you never found any reports, people calling in to report stolen or missing TVs related to the two that you found against the house?
None.
All right. And is that information typically, if someone makes a burglary report, do they typically list the property that's stolen during a burglary?
Yes.
And that's what you were accessing and searching?
Yes, ma'am.
Did both of the TVs have serial numbers?
We only got a serial number off of one of the TVs. The other one, we couldn't find one on there. So I couldn't actually search for that one because it's all I have is a name of the Vizio name is all I have.
During that first day, when you searched Sheila's apartment, were you ever able to locate her cell phone?
No,
Did the family tell you that she had a cell phone?
they did.
Okay, so you were aware that you needed to, is that something that you would have wanted to obtain as part of your investigation?
Absolutely.
So did you thoroughly search for the cell phone?
We did. We searched the entire, even looking through drawers to see if we could find a cell phone.
Okay.
And we did not find a cell phone.
Was Sheila's cell phone ever located?
No.
All right, so that day you took Eugene Mitchell's buccal swabs. How long, once evidence is submitted to the Kentucky State Police Lab, does it typically take for you to get DNA results in an investigation?
A DNA profile result?
Yes.
11 to 15 months, somewhere in that area.
Is that because Ms. Phelps talked about the backlog at the lab, is that the normal turnaround time for DNA testing?
It is. It has gotten better, but at that time it was about 11 to 15 months.
So obviously, at least for the first couple of weeks of the investigation, even though you've collected buckles from Eugene Mitchell and you've submitted those as well as evidence from the scene, did you have any information in November about DNA results?
No, ma'am.
On November 13th, did you return to the hospital to meet with Ms. Corzine and take additional photos of the victim?
I did.
Okay, so is that when she talked about doing the Illumicam photos, is that part of a typical investigation, an assault investigation, is to take photos over a period of time to document the progression of bruises and injuries?
It is.
All right, now on November 15th, did you go back to Sheila Devine's apartment?
Yes.
All right, and what was the purpose of that trip?
Miss Brooke Jackson, the daughter, contacted me and was asking if it was possible for her to get into her mother's apartment to gather some personal items of her mom. And I agreed to do that with her. So I met them out there. We made entry into the apartment. I stood there with them. I believe she grabbed like a purse, maybe one or two other items, and then we left and secured it again.
Okay, while you were there, was Miss Jackson always in your line of sight, supervised by you, basically?
I was with her right by her side.
Okay, did you notice any additional piece of evidence that?
When we went into the bedroom that's where the purse and stuff was at. When we went back there, I looked down and I seen this very unique University of Louisville ball cap. And I asked Miss Jackson, again, I've not been able to talk to Miss Devine, so I don't know anything yet as far as that hat. So I asked Miss Jackson, I said, do you know whose hat that is? And Miss Jackson said, no, it's definitely not my mother's. I don't know who that hat belongs to. And so I was like, okay, well, I'll be right back. We went out. I went to my car, got my gloves, got a bag, went back upstairs and collected that hat.
Okay, and when you say unique, what was unique about it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Unique because the ball cap itself was black and it had a University of Louisville red bird on it. And you would think that bill on the hat would have been red or black, but it was purple.
So at this point, do you have any idea who the hat belongs to?
None.
Right. But because Miss Jackson said that's not my mom's, you decided based on the location, it was appropriate to collect it?
Yes, ma'am. It was just right under the bed.
Okay. And did you ultimately determine who the hat belonged to?
I did.
And who was that?
Eugene Mitchell.
All right. How did you determine initially that was Eugene's hat? Had you seen the surveillance video from the liquor store?
It was the video from the surveillance store that alerted me to Eugene wearing that hat.
Okay. And was it that same day, I think, when you met with Detective Phelps to review the video from the liquor store? Okay. All right. So as the investigation continues, are you still communicating with beat officers and division detectives in the 6th Division?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
At this point, have you received any additional information to provide you with any leads?
No.
Did you continue to go back to Norfolk Liquors?
Multiple times, maybe 10 or 12 times.
Was anybody there close enough to Sheila to be able to give you any information about her personal life, be able to identify the people that she spent time with, anything like that?
I spoke to multiple people just going in and out of that liquor store. I went back to some of the other apartments that I didn't get an answer to on the first day. Was asking multiple people out there questions about Miss Devine, and no one really knew much about her.
Okay. Were they all familiar with her from the neighborhood? Did a lot of people know who Sheila was?
I wouldn't say all of them, but there were several people out there who knew who I was talking about when I described her.
All right. Now, at some point that next week, at what point did Sergeant Vance become involved in the investigation?
I want to say that Sergeant Vance, at the time, Detective Vance, maybe 7 days into that investigation, so maybe November 20th.
Okay. So is it normal once there's a determination that the victim's not going to, or not likely to survive or not going to survive, is the case typically reassigned to a homicide detective?
It is.
Okay, so how does that work? Does he then assume the role of lead?
He takes the lead at that point in time. My major at the time, Major Ray, wanted me to stay on with Detective Vance because I'd been working it for 7 days and I had knowledge and he wanted me to work with him on it as like a co-lead kind of thing.
Okay, so did you continue to work closely with him throughout the investigation?
All the way through.
Okay. So on November 22nd, did you and Sergeant Vance return to the victim's apartment?
We did.
All right, and is it normal to make repeated visits to a scene?
It's not abnormal. It can happen. Just depends. I mean, we got a brand new detective coming in, a homicide detective who would like to go in and see and catch up and see if there's anything that he would be interested in picking up.
Okay, so is it important to orient the newly assigned lead
Absolutely.
detective to the scene?
Yeah.
All right, and also as the investigation proceeds and you're getting more information, is it possible that you will, I guess, recognize other things that might have significance in the investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and at this point, you had become aware of the liquor store surveillance video and you at least had some timeline of when Sheila had been in the liquor store that night.
Correct.
Do you recall timeline-wise when Sheila was on the surveillance video in the liquor store?
Refer to this. I think I've got that in here.
And if you don't, we'll introduce the video later. So if you don't recall.
No, I don't know. At 8 o'clock, maybe something like that, 8 or 10. But I don't recall it right offhand.
Okay, so maybe 8 o'clock on the night of November 11th.
Yes,
Okay, and would that have been a Monday night then?
Monday night.
So now that you've had all this information, you and Sergeant Vance go back to the apartment. Do you collect any additional items from the victim's apartment?
Yes, we do.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked. Exhibits 153, 154, 155, and 156. Do you recognize what's in those books?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you and Sergeant Vance went back, did another crime scene unit technician go with you?
They did.
All right. But again, did you direct the collection of evidence in the apartment?
On this particular occasion, Detective Vance was directing.
Okay. And were you present when all of the evidence was collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit these 4 exhibits and publish to the jury. Any objection?
No, good.
So admitted. Let's start by talking about this item.
Okay.
So explain what we're looking at here.
Okay, this is the mattress that belonging to Sheila Devine in her bedroom. You've seen photos earlier where there were smudges right through here. We went back and took a cutting of that particular part of the mattress that had the smudges on it.
Detective, was it 156 was the last photo that I handed you? Is that the highest number?
Yes.
I'm going to mark this item. Let's exhibit 157. And I'll ask you to look at that label and tell me if you recognize what's contained in that package.
Yes, I do.
All right, Your Honor, and is that the item, one of the items that you collected from the victim's apartment on November 22nd?
This is the cutting of that mattress.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the Commonwealth would move to admit and publish item 157.
I'm sorry, I've got a juror with a hand up. Yes, sir. Oh, you need, got it. That better, sir? Okay. And I'm sorry, which exhibit was that, Ms. Gray?
157.
Any objection?
No.
So admitted.
Right, Detective, I'm going to ask if you'll go ahead and open that packaging so we can look at that. Do you have the scissors down here? Yeah.
You may.
And Detective, that packaging is marked biohazard. Is that standard for any item that contains bodily fluids?
Yes.
Okay, all right, if you would, it might be easier just to kind of open it and then you are making stand up and step back a little bit so he can
That's
hold it
fine.
up. It's kind of a large section. Okay. So is that the item that was submitted to the lab for trace analysis
Yes, it was.
for the hairs and so forth? Okay. All right, were there, all right, let's talk about the other items that you collected on that next day. Did you also collect some items from the trash?
We did.
In your closet? All right, what particular item did you collect at that time?
That Heaven Hill vodka bottle there we collected. That little blue thing there with tape on it, if you can see that, is a crack pipe, a homemade crack pipe. We collected that. And those cans were collected.
Okay. And the testimony we heard about the DNA from the rim of the Heaven Hill bottle, is that the bottle that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Right. Did you also collect? Sure, I can go through this photo. The cell mark is Commonwealth Exhibit 158. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
Did you also collect, does that accurately depict what you observed on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you collect a piece of clothing from that pile of clothing?
We did.
All right, and what item did you collect?
A pair of panties.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
So admitted. Great. I'm going to ask you to explain like where we're looking at in the bedroom.
Okay. You see that right there on the very edge there, this pink piece of furniture? That is the dresser where you saw the plant and the broken vase and the brown matter. Right next to that, this is the closet in the bedroom. And between that closet door and that piece of furniture was a pile of clothes there.
Okay. Was there also a pile of clothes inside the closet?
There was.
And but the item that you collected from there was pants.
Yes, ma'am. Black in color.
Now, again, at this point, you haven't been able to speak to the victim. How are you and Sergeant Vance making decisions about what evidence might be important in this particular investigation?
At this point, we have, we don't have any lab results by any means. We have, however, the documentation from nurse Amanda Corzine, the same nurse, and all of her documentation paperwork.
Okay. So is that something that you would look for, I guess, in a sexual assault exam, if you can't speak to the victim, is any kind of undergarments that might be in the area?
Yes.
Where she was assaulted? Okay.
Yes.
And did you also collect a piece of foil and tape?
Yes, that is in the cabinet in the kitchen, I believe. They had a little cabinet there in the kitchen where you saw the ashes and things of that nature. And that was, I believe that's in there.
Is it on the floor of the cabinet?
Yes.
All right. And while you were there and Miss Davenport was with you, did she also process any areas of the apartment for fingerprints?
We did. We went into the bathroom and the bathroom counter or the sink was fingerprinted by her. Bathroom sink area processed. Eventually she processed a couple of cans processed with the magnetic latent print powder.
Were those the cans that we saw near the garbage bin?
Yes.
All right. And did she obtain any results from those?
Says no negative results on both. Negative results on the bathroom sink as well.
Okay. And let's talk about, was there an item in the bathroom sink that you collected on this visit to the apartment?
Yes, there is a washcloth in the bottom of in the actual bathroom sink.
Okay. Was that washcloth there on November 12th when you went to the apartment?
Yes.
And at that time, you didn't make a determination or weren't able to make a determination that it might have any relevance?
No, at the very beginning, like I mentioned earlier, I just didn't have anything to go on.
Okay. But on this particular visit, that was collected?
Yes.
All right. And then would this photo have been taken, obviously, before she processed it for fingerprints?
Yes.
All right. And was she able to obtain any lifts from the bathroom sink area?
No.
Now, on November 23rd of 2013, after you and Detective Vance continued to communicate about the investigation, did you make any decisions about following up on any evidence from Eugene Mitchell?
Yes. We wanted to follow up with Eugene and do go to Eugene's home address with a search warrant and go through his home address.
Okay. And on that date, did you collect the coat that he had been wearing on the morning that you first confronted him?
We did.
And would that be the coat that was missing the button?
It is.
Coach Detective, I'll get you what's been marked as CONNELL 159. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
This is the bedroom area of Mr. Eugene Mitchell's apartment. There's a chair there, and yes, that's his jacket laying on the floor.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit and publish 159.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
All right, let me ask you, where was Eugene Mitchell's apartment?
2011 Landing.
Okay. Was he actually living there at the time that you executed the search warrant?
Sort of. I mean, that was his apartment. However, he was going through an eviction process and he was going in and out of that apartment through the window. But he would also just stay wherever somebody would let him.
Okay. So the coat that you collected that day, it's 160. Mark this as 160. And after you look at the packaging, do you recognize from the labeling what's contained in that bag?
Yes,
And is that the coat that you collected from the Landing Drive apartment where Eugene Mitchell had been living or at least staying some at that point?
correct.
Is that-
11, by the way. It's just,
And is it the same coat that he was wearing the morning of November 12th or the afternoon of November 12th, I guess, when you encountered him?
it is.
All right, if you would, Your Honor, move to admit and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
If you
So
would
admitted.
go ahead and take that out and show to the jury.
Well, here's what it looks like.
Okay, now once you obtained the coat, were you able to closely examine the button and compare it to the one recovered in Sheila's apartment?
Yes.
And is it the same button?
It's the same button, and it's, matter of fact, there's some threads there still for where it was at one point.
Okay, and when we heard from the lab analysts about the jacket being analyzed, is that the jacket that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to put that back in.
At this time, I think it would be a good time for a break. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our morning break. Please remember the admonition. It's 10:30 now. If you would please be back by 10:45.
All right.
Thank you, Josh. Does anyone have anything, you all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? All right, you may continue, Ms. Gray.
Right, and Detective, let me ask you about the condition of Eugene Mitchell's apartment. Was there heat and electricity in the apartment?
There was none.
Okay, what did it look like as far as,
It was very dirty. There was trash everywhere, furniture flipped over. It was very filthy.
okay, did you collect other items besides the cook?
We did.
All right, anything that specifically you found was related to this investigation?
We collected a couple cell phones. We got the code, several items of clothing, pair of women's shoes, hair, hat, boxers, more clothing, charger, piece of a stick, pair of shoes.
All right, so was Eugene Mitchell aware that you searched his apartment? Did he show up and find out that you all were there collecting items from his apartment?
Now, I believe we woke him up. I believe he was inside that night or that morning.
Okay. All right, so he was aware that you collected evidence?
Yes.
All right, and is it fair to say that at this point, he's obviously a suspect?
Yes.
Now, on November 27th, did you again meet with Eugene Mitchell?
I did.
Where did that meeting take place?
At, I think it was Norfolk Liquors.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
That is, Mr. Mitchell, we had his phones. And he was upset because we hadn't given him his phone back. It was near the holidays. He wanted to be able to call family members for the holidays. So about 11:30 on the 27th, I went and bought Mr. Mitchell a phone card and give it to him so we can call his family.
Okay, so at what point did you take his phones from him? Was that when you first took him down to interview him on November 12th?
No.
Okay, at what point did you get his phones from him?
But I believe it's going to be that search warrant we did on his apartment.
Okay. All right, while you met with Eugene on November 27th, so this is a meeting at the liquor store. Where did it take place? the
In
liquor
my
store?
car.
Okay, so was it a formal interview?
No, it was more of an informal interview, but I did have my recorder recording.
And did he give you any, I guess, information or leads related to Sheila Devine's attack?
I believe this is the time he gave me some lead about some brown van that he felt like might be involved somehow.
Okay. At this point, did you consider Mr. Mitchell particularly credible?
No, Mr. Mitchell has lied to me multiple times and he was not credible. However, he gave a lead, so I had to follow up with him.
Okay, so what do you do with that when somebody says, and we're talking about a residential area that's fairly well populated, right?
Yes.
So if somebody says, I think that, or I heard that there was a brown van in the area the night that it happened, what do you do with that piece of information?
This is one of the things I did is when I met with the 6th Division Late Watch Platoon, those undercover detectives, I gave them this information so that they could help me try to locate a brown van.
So did you have a license plate or anything, or just brown van?
We eventually got a plate.
Well, when Eugene gave you the information, did it include a license plate or anything, or was it just brown?
No, just brown van.
Okay, so you're asking the officers just to look for a brown van, or keep your eyes out for a brown van in the area.
In that particular area, yes.
Okay, so at some point, did some officer provide you with information, a license plate number about a brown van for someone that lived in that area?
I believe that would be Detective Arroyo. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I believe she's the one who gave me a plate.
Okay, and did you ask someone to follow up on that plate?
I did. I approached Detective Amy Phelps and asked that she would do some follow-up on that plate for me.
At some point, did you link that van to the owner?
We linked it to I believe her name was Natividad Cruz.
And did she live in the area near Norfolk Liquors and near where the victim and the defendant lived?
She did.
Okay. And what was her family? How was her family comprised?
She had 2 children.
And were you able to determine whether or not she likely had any involvement in this particular incident?
We did some research on her. We had a report of an accident she was involved in. Might have even been the same day or the day before this incident. But that was all we found. And we determined that Natividad and her children had nothing to do with this crime.
Okay. So when you get information, if you get a tip, somebody calls in anonymously and said, hey, I think a brown van's involved. Is there any manageable way to search for every brown van in Jefferson County?
Nothing I'm aware of other than just getting the word out to the officers to see if they can locate something.
Okay. So at that time, they were just keeping their eyes out for brown van that frequented the liquor store, the apartment building, or anything like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember about where Natividad Cruz lived in relation to where Sheila lived?
Somewhere on Landing, very close to where Eugene Mitchell was living.
Okay. Right. At some point, right. So on November 29th, were you informed by the hospital or by Sheila's family that she had passed away?
Yes.
Right. So on November 30th, did you and Sergeant Vance attend the autopsy?
We did.
And at that point, once the autopsy is complete, does the medical examiner typically share information with you about the injuries and so forth that she observed?
She does. We don't get the report right away, but while she's actually doing the autopsy, she is pointing certain things out to me.
Okay. So at this point, you've gotten the information from the sexual assault nurse examiner about her injuries. You've been advised by the hospital staff about her condition and some of her injuries. And now you have the information from the autopsy.
Yes.
All right. So at least you have that much information about what happened to her.
Correct.
But as far as a timeline, do you have any better timeline other than the time that you know she was still alive and on video at the liquor store at this point in the investigation?
Twenty-ninth? No, we still, I mean, it's coming together. It's getting closer, but yeah, we still got some stuff to do at this point.
Okay. So at some point in December, did Sergeant Vance receive cell phone records from Sheila Devine?
He did.
And how do you, if you don't have her phone, how do you get cell
So
phone
you find out who the carrier is. We did find that out from her daughter, and Sergeant Vance wrote up a search warrant and sent it to the legal office of that particular carrier, and then they sent him the records.
Okay, so that's not something that you can typically call and get immediately from the service provider as part of any investigation.
Now, they won't even do that.
Okay. So at some point in December, and we'll go through in more detail with Sergeant Vance about the phone records, but did you become aware that the defendant had been communicating with Sheila Devine on the night of and morning of her attack?
Yes, Sergeant Vance at that time advised me that Guy Marcus Allen, his phone number came up multiple times in Sheila's phone records, and that they had been talking during that time frame.
Okay, so is that how he became a part of the investigation?
It is.
All right, and once Sergeant Vance identified him as having communicated with Sheila in those early morning hours of November 12th, did you or Sergeant Vance reach out to him to try to determine the nature of his relationship with Sheila?
Sergeant Vance reached out to him, I believe it was by phone, and I think there was an agreement made for a sit-down meeting between the two of them, which did not occur. Mr. Allen, I think, was ill and didn't make it in. But then eventually there was a sit-down with myself, Sergeant Vance, and Mr. Allen.
Okay, so on December 10th of 2013, were you and Sergeant Vance able to actually interview Guy Marcus Allen?
We were.
And was that interview, where did that interview take place?
The homicide office interview room.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 161. It's a disc. Have you had an opportunity to review the defendant's recorded statement prior to taking the stand today?
I've had an opportunity to read through the I always forget the name of that. The transcript. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes.
Okay, and the video, does that accurately represent the interview that was conducted by you and Sergeant Vance with Guy Marcus Hill?
It did.
Right, Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit and publish Exhibit 161, and play the defendant's recorded statement from December 10th.
Any objection?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we just had a break, but we're going to take another 10-minute break. So it's 11 o'clock now. If you would step outside, we'll see you back in front of the door at 11:10.
All rise for the jury.
All right, going off the record.
Thank you.
Judge, is it okay once I start playing the statement if I'm seated? Well,
Yes.
is it-
No, I'm not gonna make you stand the whole time. How long is the statement, by the way?
This one, it looks like the counter is wacky on my computer, but I think it's about an hour and a half.
Okay.
So we'll have to break at some point for lunch.
All rise for the jury. Present county court.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Go ahead, Ms. Gray.
Right, so again, was that interview with the defendant on December 10th of 2013 recorded?
Yes,
All right, and does the recording accurately represent the interview that you conducted, that you and Sergeant Vance conducted?
yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish the jury. I don't know, I don't think we need the lights off for this, but. Yeah, oh, yeah, please.
Can the jury see the screen pretty well? It's better if the lights are off. Okay. Is that better? Okay.
It'll take just a second and then I'll check the volume.
Yeah, Marcus Allen. Your dad a Raiders fan? Man, every time I interview somebody, I just write down their, you know, their information down there, and the date and all that stuff. The phone number was what?
Did everyone hear? Okay.
Sure, it's awesome. Well, I mean, this investigation is related to a female, an older female that was assaulted in the Norfolk area of South Norfolk, which is, you know, basically a couple blocks from your apartment. They may be more than 2 blocks, 2 blocks. And during the course of the investigation, your phone number came up through phone records. And obviously there was some contact, someone using your phone contacted you on multiple occasions. And that's how you got brought up in this. And I do appreciate you coming down on, I know that, you know, you're off work and the last place you want to be is down there in police headquarters. But I do appreciate you coming in. There are a couple things that would make my job a lot easier. One of them being is, you know, not saying that you had any contact with her apartment or anything like that, but we ask this of everyone too. So I want you to make them on you, but because we process certain things, whether it be clothing items or, you know, any kind of any item that was collected on scene or in any other place, we rule out people their DNA. And best and fastest, most efficient way to move people out is that process. The only way I can do that here today is it with your consent. Would you consent to that? There's a form, and the police department, they love forms, so we have to fill a form out for everything that we did. This is one of them. Okay. Can you call her? See if you can. Are you serious? It's locked in.
Hey, well, this is Gibson.
First time, huh? First time.
It's all right. Do that. It's Christmas. Somebody
Thank you, Sarge.
down there,
We've had issues with this lock and another one, and I don't know, because I mean, he just locked him back in there again. He's in the full course of locking this away, so. If you sure you want something correct, then. Okay, whatever. It wasn't important. Man, it's important. Today's date, where we're at, this is all your information. And then, like I said, we have a form for everything we do. So I got Marcus Allen, knowing that I have constitutional right to refuse. Everybody's rights, Detective Jason Mannix, that's me. Code number 7599 of the Little Metro Police Department to collect a buckle swab from my person for the purpose of DNA testing. The swab will be physically collected by a member of the LMPD crime scene unit, which is not going to happen today because don't have a person to do it. Detective Gibson can do it. He does it all the time. If you agree to this form, basically you're agreeing to us collecting your DNA profile today. It's a cotton swab. We swab the inside of your cheek and it takes literally 30 seconds. If you agree to that, sign the next to the next. Now, after he swabs the inside of your cheeks, he takes the cotton swab and that's where they transport it to CSU and the 2 hour design collection. That's all happening. Got very close. Yeah, sure. That's right. That's what you wrote, right?
All right, this first one, man, we're gonna take straight out of the back, put it right in here as a control swell, okay? That doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know.
It's just,
It's a lag, it's a state
protocol
lag.
for everything we do. Trust me, a lot of stuff makes sense.
Man, I'm just gonna rub this on each cheek, at the top of your mouth and tongue, right around your gum line, it will be good.
Sorry about that. All right, like I said, what we started with is that, you got brought in this because of documents check, in particular phone records. And I've already talked to you about your phone, you said you got the phone from your mom about a month ago. So you had possession of the phone or you were using the phone during the time this investigation began. I know we talked briefly on the phone about all that. But I wanted to show you a couple things, and I'll let you respond however you want to. These are records from the victim's cell phone, which was taken during his. But we know at a certain point when there's a small time frame, if you will, when the cell phone was missing. But we know at some point she had the phone. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is you talk to her through text and a phone call, and I say you, someone using your phone. And that's how you got pulled. Do you not know somebody right there? And the reason why, you seem like a pretty nice guy. Back in Norfolk, behind your apartment building. You seem like a pretty good dude to me. And if this is one of those cases where Steve Mucker. Put that in my notebook.
Was stand. I ain't sure it moves, but it was stand right there. Like you think you pull in and out right there.
Oh, yeah, Maplewood Apartments is. Yeah. But you never messed with any girls back there. You never went anybody's apartment. I mean, never had any action with any females at all back there. Really in that whole area. You can take.
Oh, man, I got one chick I messed with.
Tamara.
Tamaya.
Does she live near Norburg?
She's still famous.
I'll find you much. Which way towards? Shut that.
Going
First
towards, of course. I guess it would be Norfolk.
Yeah, I mean, is it on the same street as Norfolk Liquors is?
Yeah, same street, but it's on favors.
There's not much between Norfolk Liquors and Barstow Road. There's a McDonald's on Barstow Road.
No, she between Belred and Norfolk. On favors.
Okay, so the apartment's right there on Favors. I thought you said no. All right. So there's no reason why you allow people to use your phone?
Some people have used it. Like, how she uses.
Well, I mean, let's say, Today's
Ray, do you mind
10th of
pause for just
December.
a second?
on,
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I cannot hear any of this. If it's important, I'll take all the hearing. No, that's not bad. I just can't make it out. It's
Okay.
word.
Yes, ma'am.
It's word, but I can't hear it. I cannot make out.
Would it help to adjust the volume maybe, or is it,
Maybe if you turn that volume down a little, might help. I cannot make out what either one of them were saying.
okay, Ms. Gray, would you try to adjust it down a little bit and see what happens? And maybe back it up.
Yeah, I need to go all the way back. I cannot hear anything that went on this interview. It's important. I really ought to hear it.
When you say all the way back, do you mean to the beginning?
Very beginning.
Okay, well, let's back it up a few seconds and see if that's helpful.
a phone call, and I say to you, someone uses your phone. That's how you get this. Do you not know somebody right there? And the reason why, you seem like a pretty nice guy. Backing over behind the apartment. So, you seem like a pretty good dude. And, if this is one of those cases where Stephen Bucker, who's that?
Okay, so is it one voice in particular, or is it everybody on the video?
It's, I cannot make out any words they're saying. It just doesn't connect in through here to my brain, I guess.
Okay, have a seat. Would council please approach? All right, first of all, thank you all. You did exactly what I've asked you to do, which is let us know. You're absolutely right, sir. If you are the fact finders in this case. And if you cannot hear or see any of the evidence, that it's really important for you to bring that to our attention. So thank you for doing that. I think some of it is just the quality of the recording in general, but I think we've come up with a solution. We are going to try to get a written transcript, a copy of a written transcript to all of you so you can follow along. But it's going to take some time to copy. So we are going to break early for lunch, and you're going to have a longer than normal lunch. I'm going to ask you to be back at 1. We're going to try to get this done by the time you come back. If we haven't gotten it done, be prepared. You may have to wait a little while before we can resume. All right. So with that, we'll take our lunch break. Please remember the admonition, and we'll see you back here at 1.
All right, Jerry. Gotcha, Jerry.
Thank you, Josh. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? Okay. As you will see, you each now have a copy of the transcript of the video of the statement by Mr. Allen with Detectives Vance and Gibson. First things first, I'm going to ask you to write your juror number on the front page of your transcript. Go ahead and do that now. The transcript itself is not evidence. It is merely a demonstrative aid to help you understand the recording. The recording of the video, or the recording of the statement rather, is the evidence in this case. Your transcripts will not go back with you into the jury room. You can take notes on it, you can write on it as you're listening, but at the end of the day, we will collect the transcripts from you. We'll hand them back out to you if at any point you need to re-refer to them if we're listening to video again. But please understand that the transcript itself is not the evidence. It is the video that is the evidence. If there is a discrepancy between the video and the transcript, the video is what the evidence is. So you should reconcile that in your mind with that. All right, so with that, I think we should probably go ahead and start the video over. So if you would, please, Ms. Gray.
Got Marcus out. Yeah, Rick home.
Turn it up.
Man, it'd be smart, you know, their information down there, date and all that stuff. The phone number was what?
49, 10, 6. 4, 5, 8, 9.
You did mine.
5, 6, 7.
Well, I mean, this investigation is related to a female, older female that was assaulted in the Norfolk area. It was on Norwood, which is, you know, basically it's a couple blocks from your apartment. It may be more than 2 blocks, 2 blocks. And during the course of the investigation, your phone number came up through the phone records. And obviously there was some contact, someone using your phone contacted me on multiple occasions. And that's how you got brought up. And I do appreciate you coming down. Like, I know that, you know, you're off work and I suppose you want to be down here in Looks Court. But I do appreciate you coming in. There are a couple things that would make my job a lot easier. One of them being is, not saying that you had any contact with her apartment or anything like that. But we asked this of everyone too. So I don't want you to think I'm hitting on you. But because we process certain things, whether it be clothing items or, any kind of, any item that was collected on scene or in any other place, we rule out people by their DNA. And the best and fastest, most efficient way to rule people out is that process. The only way I can do that here today is it with your consent. Would you consent to that? There's a form in the police department, they love forms, so we have to fill one out for everything that we do. This is one of them. Can you call, CG? Are you serious? It's locked in.
Hey, Lawrence, this is Gibson.
First time, huh? First time.
It's all right. You can do that. It's Christmas. Somebody
Thank you, Sarge.
down there,
We've had issues with this lock and the other one. And
Why would you close it back?
I don't know, because I mean, he just locked him back in there again. He's in the full course of talking to somebody, so. Yeah, you sure you want something to drink or anything? Okay. It wasn't important. Man, it's today's date, where we're at, this is all your information. And then, like I said, we have a form for everything we do. So I got Marcus Allen, knowing that I have constitutional right to use hereby authorize Detective Jason Mannix, that's me, code number 7599, Police Department, to collect a buccal swab from my person for the purpose of DNA testing. This swab will be physically collected by a member of the LMPD crime scene, which is not gonna happen today, because I don't have a person to do it. Detective Gibson can do it, he does it all the time. If you agree to this form, basically you're agreeing to us collecting your DNA profile today. It's a cotton swab, you swab the inside of your cheek, and it takes literally 30 seconds. If you agree to that, sign up next to next. Now let's. After he swabs the inside of your cheeks, he takes the cotton swabs, he puts these little boxes, and that's where they transport it to CSU, and that's who our design. And just so happy, got very close. Yeah, sure today. Right. That's right. Well, you broke right.
All right, this first one, man, we're just gonna take straight out of the back, put it right in here, so control well, okay, if that's done with. Yeah, it's just, it's a lab, it's a state lab.
Trust me, a lot of stuff that makes sense.
Man, I'm just gonna rub this on each cheek and top of your mouth and tongue, right around your gum line, and we'll be good.
All right, like I said, we started with is, you know, you got brought into this because of documents check, in particular on and I've already talked to you about your phone. You know, you said you got the phone from your mom about a month ago. You know, so you had possession of the phone, or you were using the phone during the time this investigation began. Yeah, I know we talked briefly on the phone about all that. I wanted to show you a couple things, and I'll let you respond however you want to. These are records from the victim's cell phone, which was taken during the incident. But we know, pretty much, we know at a certain point when, or there's a small time frame, if you will, when the cell phone went missing. But we know at some point she had the phone. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, you talk to her through text and a phone call, and I say someone using your phone. And that's how you got the witness. Do you not know somebody right there? And the reason why, you seem like a pretty nice guy. Back in Norfolk, behind your apartment. You seem like a pretty good dude. And you know, if this is one of those cases where Stephen Bucker, who's that?
Well, the guy I've been on for years, he can be like no more. He's all the guy. He was down here. He's like,
Look down there by Norfolk.
was staying, I ain't sure he was staying, went to him, take, went to the apartments, went to
Okay.
they got the like new thing where you land it out right there.
Oh, yeah, Maplewood Apartments is.
Justice.
Yeah. But you never messed with any girls back there. You never went to anybody's apartment. I mean, never had any action with any females at all back there. Really, in that whole area, you could take
Well, I got one chick I messed with,
Tamara, Tamaya. Does she live near Norfolk?
stay out for 8 weeks.
I think it was. Which way towards?
Or
Valley?
Morris. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, is it on the same street as Norfolk Liquors is?
Yeah, same street, but it's on Pavements.
There's not much between Norfolk Liquors and Marshall. There's something with McDonald's and on Marshall Road.
Oh, she between Belgrade and Noble.
Okay, so the apartment's right there on the, I thought you said no, right? But, there's no reason why I mean, do you allow people to use your phone?
Some people have used it. I mean, like, have a phone, the cheese.
Well, I mean, let's say, today's the 10th of December, on the 11th or 12th of November, a month ago. I mean, could you, with one hand, say how many people use your phone, or just do people constantly use your phone?
Actually, just tell you, I mean, a lot of people don't have phones. So a lot of people, liquor store, when I go up there, you have a phone, man, I gotta make a phone call up quick though, because I really like, you know what I'm saying, everybody on there too long.
If you went to the liquor store, would you drive your mom's Suburban, the blue Suburban?
I drive it for a month. It depends on, well,
Do you kind of remember this time frame as far as, a month ago? Do you remember maybe running into Brad at the liquor store that night? Or A9?
just start coming around, maybe been too long.
What if I told you the victim called you? Called your number. And when I say victim, we're talking about a person that is deceased. Okay. This is an outside investigation. So it's a serious investigation. That's why, I'm going to such great extent. I mean, everybody in these records and other records, we're talking about it. And, the last thing I want you to do is get yourself in a position. If you're trying to make, look, like I said, I know we've been cops, sometimes you want to cover for a friend, or you get involved in something that someone else may have drugged you into, and next thing you know, you're just trying to go to work, provide for the kids, and make a little extra money and be happy. So I guess what I'm saying is that if it's one of those situations where, you got drugged into something, or you let somebody use your phone, or you just have to deal with somebody, the last thing you want to do is not be upfront. I'm not saying lie about it. I'm not saying lie about it, but not be upfront about it, because eventually it's going to come out, and then when it does come out, well, then it's going to look bad on you. Now, I'd like to think that everything could be explained here. So, that's kind of why you're one of the first people on that, not the first person, but you're one of the first people we talk to. Just solely based off these records. I mean, you're involved in this, Marcus, no matter what you want to or not want to be involved in it. Trust me, I would blame you if you didn't want to be involved in it, but because of the circumstances you are in this, especially since it wasn't just phone calls that someone made from your phone to her, but phone calls from her phone to your phone. That's quite a bit of, not just a few, a lot. So, and when you say, and that's kind of why when I asked you how many people use your phone, because if somebody's making this many phone calls from your phone, well, it's probably somebody you know pretty well. You probably might remember that night. If somebody's making over 15 phone calls from your phone, it's a lot. Don't you think? I mean, because I'll let you use my phone, but he'll use it once to get back to me. To call somebody in a time frame, we're not talking about 2 minutes here. We're talking about hours. Not length of I'm talking about from the initial phone call, from the last phone call, we're talking about hours. So this is somebody that, if and I'm assuming here, okay, it's for yourself, for kind of what you're telling me. It's going with what you said. I'm just assuming that if you let someone use your phone, this person has had to have been with you for hours because the phone records don't lie. GPS locations don't lie. See the GPS location? Are you familiar with longitude and latitude?
Not for real,
Well, that I can take those two numbers right there and a global satellite can tell me. It's right here, this address, 633 West Terrace. And that's how precise it is.
but my brother, my brother had my phone before, you know what I mean?
Who's your little brother?
Juwan, but they, you know,
Who's TJ?
that's like my ass. That's all.
You get your phone with you now? Do you know any of their numbers? What about their real names? Because I mean, no, look, I know you don't want to give me the names.
I can't give you something.
No, I don't. I'm just, what I'm saying is, I wouldn't want to give, those names. But unfortunately, you remember when we talked about kind of going on to the next step of the investigation? I can't do that until I'm satisfied with this position. You don't like to look. Family provider. So I can't go away until this is done, it's resolved. Whichever way that happens, whatever road that happens, I'm saying, I can't stop investigating you until I'm satisfied that you have nothing to do with this. So that's why I'm telling that work sometimes, because I know you don't want to throw anybody on the bus or until I'm done and I'm 100% certain that Guy Marcus and Allen have nothing to do with this latest murder. I can't leave you. I gotta keep looking at you. That means I have to go talk to your boss. That means I have to go talk to your coworkers. I don't want to embarrass you. Because believe it or not, it is a lot about respect. So, I'm 100% believe it. Having said that, is there, do you know anything? Yeah. What do you think about this? What do you think about, you're gonna be popping up multiple times?
I mean, truthfully, I don't even like it, because I'm just like, I'm gonna get burned with something. I ain't know how to tell. So I will investigate myself.
So how many people are living in the house? Juwan, you, your sister, your mom?
My nieces,
How many nieces you have? Two. And your two girls every now and then?
yeah. Like a bunch of guys.
Do you know any Mexicans around
No.
here? Juwan bought any TVs lately? And also, you on a pro game here in the living room?
That's what's so.
That's your sister. Is that a friendly TV? Your sister uses this phone? Your phone?
Yeah, when I was cut out.
How often does that happen? No. So you primarily work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 shifts? And occasionally you might get caught on a Monday or a Thursday. You never work on Tuesdays, right?
Great days.
You do remember originally talking on the phone, you thought you had worked, when I referenced the date, you thought you had worked on that day. Were you alarmed when I called you? I mean, obviously, I mean, I also like a stupid question, but I mean,
It threw me off. I was like, so I was like, I wouldn't say you had the wrong number, but,
give me just a second. Okay? I'm gonna compare something.
Mr. Andrews, do you object if I, while still watching it, fast forward during the time when he's alone in the room?
How phone do you have here? Is it a smartphone? Like an iPhone or something? Or is it a flip phone? Like a Obama phone? You know what I'm talking about though? What the Obama phones?
Yeah, get the flips.
I thought I've seen them flips. Why? Are they? Okay, but as far as your phone, is it flip? Is it black, red, black? What provider is it? AT&T. Does it got does it have one of those, like some of the flip phones have like a display on the outside of it where it says who's calling it and stuff? Nothing? Does it say AT&T on the outside of it? Is it Motorola? Is it LG? Well, I know we've had ours. I want to. Yeah. These records go back to the 10th of November. Your number first pops up. Right here. 110. 10:32, 10:32 in the morning. 110. 2 days. So. Yeah, right here. Right there. And the thing about these records is it two different companies, because the people's phone was a track. So T-Mobile was a service provider for TrackPhone, keeps the logs as well. So these logs are independent of these, okay? Over here, some of these records are gonna correspond to one another, but some of them won't, because it's just the way that it's kind of hard to do. Let's go back to 10. And these weren't phone calls. This is a phone call. This is a text message. Y'all know that? Yes, there's no wrong with that. Yes. Over here on TrackPhone records. Here's that call you made. Someone made. Actually, I'm not corrected. And she made. It's a different. So your phone number. Sorry. November the 10th. It's in 32. There's another phone call that she made at 1:31 in the afternoon to your phone. Marcus, you're selling up. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm telling you, I don't care. I don't, and if you had to open you right now, I don't care. My job is to investigate death. Okay, that's it. Don't do my business. I'll be honest with you. So if that's the case, don't worry about it. Because it ain't gonna go anywhere. Okay. You don't let somebody randomly let somebody use your phone. And these are text messages, conversations going on over the days. I mean, this is not random shit. That's why I'm trying to explain to you. And here we go up to 11. She called you, phoned you. And 3 for you. There's another phone call. This time, someone from your phone calls her. And 4:14 in the morning. And here's a barrage of phone calls starting in 10:57 on the 11. He stopped on the 12 at 2:06 in the morning. This isn't just you handing your phone off to somebody and then making phone calls. You do understand that this is I'm trying to impress on you, regardless of what happened, because look, there's some fucked up shit that happened. Right? But regardless of how fucked up it looks, it can be explained. Everything can be explained. Something like that. And you don't want to get drunk down. and give it to me. You're involved in this. I know I'm kind of jumping around on you, but I'm just trying to impress upon you that, man, this is, if you're not being truthful with me, it's gonna be harder for you to explain it later. I understand that while people might not want to tell information, they either don't want to think about it, or they're worried about what's gonna happen, or they're embarrassed. You know what? This is not one of those circumstances. Throw all that shit out the window. Tell me. Be honest with me. Because regardless of how things look through the big scheme of things, it all can be explained. Everything can be explained. I've seen a lot more shit than this. Did you know her? Did you sell dope through? Okay. See how we started? How do you, I mean, other than selling dope, how else did you know? Be honest, man.
That's gonna work.
That you had one. How did you sell it? Did you drive up? Did you walk out?
No, I'm at the store.
You sold her in Norfolk?
At the store.
What, no, that's what I mean, Norfolk Liquors.
Right outside the store.
Do you remember this time? I ain't question. I got you a video. At the store. And believe it or not, I mean, I'm actually not, this isn't, this is going on one shit.
Okay, at the store, I mean, but. Right. I was saying.
This is not, and when I was saying this earlier, I really, and I truly mean this. If you're not 100% honest with me, it's not gonna look good for you. And look, I'm worried, how long we talked? A couple hours at the most? And I can already tell, you're a good person. I don't give a fuck about you selling drugs. I don't judge you for selling drugs. You're trying to provide for two small kids, and I would imagine Cardinal Lemon doesn't pay a lot.
No, but I mean, I just got my raise and manage. I don't like. I mean, because I got told the girl, she asked me the other day, she said, you ain't gonna go back. She like looked me in my ass and said, like maybe just like I would not in the first place.
When did you call her? When did you know her? What her name? She's probably not very recognizable.
I was supposed to eat was the first.
How did you know what I was talking about as far as in relation to the down here and all this? You know, I said victim. I mean, you're thinking of a growing blood, right?
Sorry.
Who else do you sell to? It might know. I mean, don't for a second. I'm gonna say, hey, God gave me your name. You know, he sells stuff to you. You talk to me. You know anybody in this picture here? And also, it's not an easy picture in the sunlight.
Look,
So, how often would you sell to Barney? Particularly on this day, do you remember this night? I mean, there's a lot of phone calls, right? I mean, you come in, and there's text messages. There's shit on text messages.
There's a lot of time on before. Can't be, unless I'm getting, I get it. Not yet.
Alright. This is the same time frame. Actually, it's not. It's hard to keep these two records. It's kind of hard to explain that T-Mobile kept some records and then TracFone kept some records. These are all text messages. We started text messaging you all back and forth from like 10:57 all the way to 1 o'clock in the morning. These are phone calls. Did you drive out that night? Did you deliver it to her?
No, sir.
100% off. Did she come in your apartment? Did she know where you lived?
No, sir. Oh, she,
Did you move the area, right? Because she had to be normal. She ever with anybody that she bought from you?
no, sir. She just, well,
Do you know anybody else that hangs out right there, either at the liquor store or the bar?
about 500 people sitting out there. I don't know how or where they do it.
I mean, is there anybody in particular? I guess what I'm getting to is, you know, you live right in the neighborhood.
So I don't really, if there's a bunch of young kids up there, interact. They set up early, smoke the weed, they set their little drugs, everything else. I mean, police run up on them all the time. The same ones you right back up, but I don't know how they do it.
How did that Bonnie figure out that you was on, you had narcotics for her? And she could find you or?
Like shit, you find me like that. Now, one day, she just asked, I was like, you sure? I was like, I thought about it, and I was like, just give me a second. Yeah, I thought about
You definitely never had sex with her.
it. No, sir.
You never met her.
No, sir.
You never even stepped through the threshold of the, you never knocked on the door.
No, sir. I don't even know what's good, man.
You know, anybody else that you know of that sells dope in that area that you might not want to be associated with, or you know, you might be competitor. I don't
I
know.
mean, I'm small potato, so I ain't trying to not deep in nobody.
Yeah.
Like I said, I feel no more than 2 grams. So. I mean, I can't say who's doing what. I don't know which people's name. Like I said, just standing front of the stores. All the summer niggas out there. Every time you go to the store, they just sitting out there doing their thing.
Is she pretty good about pain? Did you ever find her anything?
You know. She went, oh, damn, 15. But
I know some people would describe Red as being a belligerent when he gets drunk. Well, I can tell you this, I know that you probably weren't the only person. Um, I'm sure you're not surprised about that, but it's glad that you were honest with me. I really am not, you know, it wasn't probably easy for you to admit that, but
no, it really wasn't. You know,
well, you gotta realize, I mean, this is after what happened. This was days before. you know, here's one thing I 100% believe, no matter what decision you make, let's talk about her. She used narcotics. I don't care. Nothing, no decision a person would make would ever give someone a reason or disvalue that person as that person as a human being, or that, you know, you do something to them, or, you know, you wouldn't value their life, or, and you know, because whoever did this, it's pretty horrific things to us. And we're gonna find out who did it. It's gonna take a little bit. And I'm 100% confident that we're gonna find out, because there's a lot of evidence that we got. And that's one of another reason why I was talking to you about, you know, not being in her apartment. Because you know, evidence processing has come a long ways in recent years. We're able to do a lot more things than we used to be able to do. So I don't want to get blindsided if I identify you on scene. That's what I mean by that. That's why I asked you that. So is there anything that I haven't asked you that you think I need to know? I mean, we're putting it out here. I mean, I said, everything you told me here is not gonna leave this interview. I have no reason to call anybody, or you don't have to worry about that. You were honest with me. You came out here on your own free will. I appreciate that. So if there's anything that I haven't asked you that you think could possibly come up later, please tell me now.
Thank you, get your number again.
Oh, yeah, I'll get you a call.
Still, that has to be, he's going to package.
Yeah. When they treat for the bugs.
That's right.
Let me go put this back on this. Okay. Sure, something, right?
Just remember water.
Water. Man, I've asked a lot of you, and you've come through for everything I've asked of you. Okay, and I appreciate that. I'm gonna ask one more thing. That's up to you. The only way I can move on is if I process your phone. Okay, I don't want to pressure you. I'm not trying to, coerce you in any way. It's totally up to you. I would have to have consent for your phone, or I'll just search on the phone. But I figured since you've done everything else, I mean, you've proven to me that you're willing to not only just clear your name, but you're willing to help out with this. And I appreciate that. I really do. So this is a consent search. Pick your phone up. I can process it and have it back to you in a day. I mean, by processing it, I'm gonna take it, download all its contents from it's called a cell brain, it's a little machine we have. When I'm done, I'm right back out.
Can I bring it down and let you do it and wait and you said,
Well, when I say day, I mean it's start to finish. I'm getting it, doing it, bringing it back to you. It's drive time and all this other stuff. And the reason why I say day is because it never fails. Something comes up, I'll get pulled away from it, or what I'm saying. I know my phone is. You see where my phone's at? It's in my pocket, so it's pretty valuable to me. So in that way, whenever people allow me to knock out their phones, I try to get it back to them. It may only take a few hours. If I can do it, I'll do it today. But it's up to you. It would help me out a lot. And there's nothing more, I'm saying that. It's not hard.
I had no, I forgot it on.
That's what I said, if you had it, I'll tell you what I'll do. How's this? And if this, you tell me if this is okay. I'll send somebody out to get it from your sister or your mom. I'll bring it up here, and you can be here. I'll do it now, and you can leave with it. How's that?
Down here, wait on.
It's up to you, but I would rather do it the way and I'll tell you why, because I have to conform to what, you know how when police officers show up on the scene, say it's a shooting scene, and they take witnesses and they separate witnesses. When they do that to keep the integrity of the investigation. Well, it kind of applies here too. And I'm not saying you do this, but if you go home and you pick and choose what you want me to have, it kind of, you know what I'm saying? Even though you probably won't do that. But, and so I can say my investigation, integrity of my investigation is solid, rock solid. That's not normally how I do things. It's not because I think you would do that. I'm just saying that's just the way I normally work. I can do this. I was supposed to do something else. I will put that off and I'll take care of it now and you can leave with your phone. And that's all I care about.
Let's write it.
Okay. You want to sign this first? This is the second set.
You gonna get it, I'll come back and we'll sign it.
Okay. All right.
The man smoking cigarette anyways.
You can smoke here.
I was saying,
Oh,
I figured, you know what I'm saying, almost gonna get
hey, my boss is making a big deal about the smoking in the interview room. Let's walk outside. Well, I mean, Yeah. So it's what? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Man, this is a blanket consent search. This applies to houses, apartments, cars, community. In this application applies to your phone. Says the date type, says I got artist. I don't know. I have a constitutional right to refuse to search my premises. That doesn't belong here. Why would not have? This is in relation to the Apple iPhone. That's why I just took this off so I could put the model number on the back of it. Rise me detective case, the man, police department, investigation, sir. Homicide investigation, which you know all about. To take a complete search of his premises and or automobile and take from there the evidence related to the investigation. Now, like I said, this covers multiple things. In this case, it's just taking any information from the phone. I explain the process. I'm gonna hook this phone up to something called Cellbrite. I'm gonna dump the information on it and I'll take you back home. Sign there, good office. You got a form here for everything. Probably good. The same SIM card you use in that full phones in this one, right?
Yes.
All right, you sure? Muffin? Got muffins back there. All right, I'll be right back. Well, now we're about done. That phone took a long time. I guess it's just sometimes those Apple phones take a while. A couple things that we kind of want to go over. One, we kind of went over the car because of the whole phone issue. You described your phone when I initially talked to you about it as a black LG flip phone. You came off the fact that you were switching SIM cards out of the LG flip phone into the Apple phone. Did that because of the LG group, right?
Yeah, I use that for my music and stuff.
You use what for music?
Yeah,
So it's not broke?
oh, it's broke. I'm saying it's broke. It's I don't work. You know what I'm saying?
Remember me telling you I had you a video at the store? I want to show you the screenshot of the video. Can you tell me who that victim for the female is? Stay next to you.
What's up?
You have that many females with you that you don't know? I mean,
I'm trying to see who it is. I mean, it ain't really, you know what I'm saying? It ain't that clear. She come to store with you?
she got out of your truck.
That's probably what she was. Oh, good.
So you see the date on that, November 11th, 2013. The time is there, it's military time, it's 11:28 hours, almost 11:29 hours. That's really close in the time frame when this whole assault occurred. So, you know, against the victim. And there's a couple things that bother me since you've been here. And I kind of thought about this a little while ago. So one is that you never asked me what happened to the victim. We've been together for what, 3,
You showed me
4
a
hours.
picture.
I showed you a picture of her, but you never asked me what happened.
I see it was gruesome.
Because I've got you on video at the store. My point is this. We've already talked about you leaving out small, details that I need to know. Is it one, did you serve Blondie on November 11th?
No, sir.
Then why did you have so much phone conversations with her? If you didn't serve her that night, then why would you talk to her? Why would she text you? Why would you text her? Why would you call her? Why would she call you? Because she's going to move on to the next best
I
thing.
know she's trying to get something, and I didn't have none. I told her to be a few.
But you admit you talked to her and that's what the conversation was about. Like that.
So yours is.
No, the fact that you didn't have any of that.
It's not a few people.
Just so we're clear, without a doubt, you don't know anything else related to the woman being assaulted and subsequently dying. You don't have any. I'm not talking about first-hand knowledge. I'm talking about you didn't hear. You weren't in the freaking liquor store getting something. You heard somebody in the back corner talking about her. You weren't at the grocery store. You heard somebody talking about her. You didn't hear because your brother said, hey, they come home one night and said, hey, so-and-so said that girl. You didn't hear none of that. You live in an area, you live 3 blocks from where it happened. And that area, you know that, even though you don't mess with people back there, but you know people talk, everybody talks.
I'm social with everybody
But
else.
you listen.
In the house,
You got a brother, you got sister, you got friends at the liquor store.
everybody works. My brother, he don't get up to 9 o'clock. When he come in, he says the house. He don't go nothing. My sister, she gets off. It depends on what time she goes in. She got kids. Liquor store back. And like I said, you know what I'm saying? Look like her a little bit. That's why.
Well, the video shows when you pull up, we'll just call her Tamaya just for simplicity. Tamaya is leaning back, looking in the back seat. There's somebody in the back seat of your car that night. You get out of the car, you walk around the back side of the car, you go over and you open the passenger door.
Yeah, my handle is broken, so that's
But she's turned around before you ever get out of the car. And she's talking to somebody in the back seat. Yeah, it looks like a female. So this is kind of where I'm getting going with this. If I had 2 girls in my car at one time, I can remember when people were with me. And I can even remember what they were wearing.
Nobody in the backseat.
Because we're only talking a month here. It's right at a month.
What was I paying?
You bought alcohol.
Okay, I mean, how long was it?
Go back and look. That was a Tuesday night, or Monday night, and Tuesday. Where's she working at?
She worked at Bronx.
On the store, over on Action Block. Yeah, it was Monday night and Tuesday. That would have been Monday night. Did Blondie ever get inside your car?
No.
Detective Gibson, yeah.
Man, first of all, I just want to say thanks for coming in. I know you've been here for a while. Appreciate you taking your time out of the day and coming here and talk to us, all right? And I started this investigation on the day that we called out for this, okay? Let me give you an idea of what we're doing. Okay, I've got a 61-year-old female who has recently moved to our area from another state. The reason she did that is because she's got a daughter down here who has 2 grandchildren, her grandchildren. So she wanted to move down here to be close. All right. I'm not talking about some very old woman who's decrepit and can barely move around. I see her on this video that night. She's lively, waving, smiling, full of life. Hours later, she's dead. Okay. 2 grandbabies. Now, roles reversed. And this was your mom that we're talking about. I got somebody in here who I think knows information. You would want me to get that information. I'm asking you, if you know something about this, you gotta help me.
If I knew anything, I promise I would, but I said.
You do realize though, I mean, you're a smart guy. I'm not gonna come in here and try to play silly games with you. You come across to me as a smart man, you're a good dude, and I know that you understand everything we're talking about here and the severity of it. You do understand that this information is that we're trying to get affects a lot of people. Okay. It's affecting this woman's family members. She's got family members here in Louisville. She's got family members in another state that they're originally from. And what's that?
It's a handman.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
You get here all day. Yeah, exactly.
You're right.
And I gotta go back and explain what in the world didn't happen, because I didn't know what the world, like I said, it was he say, she say. From when I heard it, I was like, oh wow.
You got to understand how suspicious it looks, however, that we've got these phone calls. All right, that initially you said, Matt, let me, I do it. And now you're coming and say, you're saying, yeah, I've called her and I've served her up a time or 2. And by the way, I don't give a rat's ass about this dope stuff. I don't care about dope, okay?
I know this is more.
Yeah, I'm not worried about any dope or what you do on the side. It don't matter to me. But you got to realize and see just how suspicious it looks, not just to me, not just because I'm the police, how suspicious it looks that we got you down here to get a statement from you to see what you know. And we got these phone calls that put you right down in the middle of this thing. You lied to us a couple times. And then you covered up about this whole phone thing. It's just kind of shady. And if you were on this side of this bench right now, talking to me about that, would you be suspicious about that? Absolutely, because you're a smart man and you're not, like I said, you're not a dumbass. It's suspicious. Now, I didn't bring you down here, I didn't ask you to come down here and talk to me so I can point a finger at you. I asked you to come down here and talk to me so I can figure this out. The suspicion of everything that we have up to this point leads me to believe, man, you've got something in your head that I need. You've got some information, and I'm just asking you, give it to me. I mean, he and I, we've been doing this for a little while, okay? We understand, I'm not asking you to come here and be some stage. I'm not asking you to come here and fluff it. We understand and know what the code of the street is. You can call it whatever you want to, but the bottom line is you don't go out and snatch from your friends or your buddies or whatever the case may be. I'm not asking you to do all this stuff, okay? What I am asking you though is to take in consideration two grandbabies that will never see that grandmother again. I'm asking you to take into consideration a woman who walks in to pick up her mom and take her to damn lunch and finds her dead. You see what I'm saying? Now, you're a good guy. I know you are, because I can tell it. You've been here all day. You've been extremely patient. You haven't been bitching, and I appreciate it. It tells me a lot about you. It tells me a lot about your character. And I really appreciate it. But the bottom line is, man, if you know something, please, you gotta help me. I would do the same thing if it was your family. And I would expect for you to do the same for me this time.
Fast forward 20 years, 20 years, your daughter, your 10-year-old daughter, right? She's 30 years old. If God forbid this would ever happen to anyone, much less your daughters, you would want these two detectives doing every fucking thing they possibly could. I mean, not one leaf not unturned to find out who did it. We're gonna find. I mean, I don't. Without a doubt, we're gonna find out who did this. Without a doubt, I believe that 115%. And at the end of the day, what he's trying to tell you is that if we find out a month from now, we find out 2 days from now, a week, that you knew more about this, you didn't tell us. Complicity. It could be, but what would bother me more is the fact that you have two daughters from the blood inside your body that are females. And what happened to this woman? This wasn't somebody smacking the shit out and beating her up. Okay, it was more than that. A lot more. I'm not going to give you all details, but I'm just telling you, it was pretty brutal, a brutal way from one human being to treat another human being, or multiple human beings treated. He's asking you, you leave here tonight, you sleep on it, whatever. Just any information, you call either one of us, or call our car station.
God, this woman knew she was dying when this was happening. All right, now look, I'm not saying that just because somebody is killed, that it was done with malicious intent. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Accidents happen. Okay, I understand that. I know that. And accidents make you human, doesn't make you a monster. But this woman laid down and realized at some point in time, before she died, what was happening to her and how she was getting ready to die. She knew it was coming. That's a horrible way to go.
So, we'll let your imagination think about what we're talking about here, because we're not going to get details out. This is not what we do. I've talked to you earlier in the day about the integrity of the investigation. That's part of it. We do things a certain way because we have to maintain the integrity of the investigation. We don't give out information, detailed information. Just it's kind of like the whole separation of witnesses procedure. But I will tell you this, what he's explained to you, you wouldn't wish what happened to this woman on even your worst enemy, their mother, their sister, or whatever, you wouldn't wish on anyone. And at the end of the day, you know, we're all human beings. We all make mistakes. And as bad as this is, you know, I really feel like, and I said this earlier, that it can be explained. Even the worst thing, even the absolute most worst thing can be explained. So we're done here, but I just ask that, you know, tonight, tomorrow, if something comes up and you remember something and you didn't remember tonight, you know, pick up the phone, call us. You know, just keep in mind, I mean, you told me all day today, I live in a whole house full of women. So you know the pain.
Yeah, I know. I done lost plenty of females myself, though. I'm on past, other past.
Did you have someone in your family pass away last night? Huh? Somebody you know?
No, somebody was telling me so much, man.
J-Town?
I ain't for sure. And get into it, she said somebody like
Yeah, I saw the text and I handled that autopsy. That's why. All right, well, move with your phone, get you right home. So appreciate you being so patient. You haven't complained one time.
What? But still, I'm not sitting here with the channel moving around. Can't get too much cushion like that. Hard to.
I'm gonna need you on this one. He kept referring to her as Blondie. Is that how you doing?
Yes.
Blondie. He tell you what her name was? Her name was Sheila.
Who it was. I just heard it was something.
Well, I guess for street purposes, that's probably what it is. For family purposes, it was mom, sister, and Sheila. And then grandma. She had her demons, but not we all, right? And regardless what your demon is, that ain't no way to go.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Even if, you know, even if it was like I said a while ago, maybe not the intent of the person. But an accident that went too far. Who knows? Was alcohol involved? Maybe. Was drugs involved? Maybe, probably. Was somebody not thinking clearly? Good possibility. Would that person have done something like that had they not been alcohol induced, drug induced? Probably not. But because maybe they were at that time and the incident got a little out of hand and went a little too far, an accident occurs, and everyone loses their life. Doesn't make them a bad person, just
Something wrong.
Somebody made a bad decision, and went too far. This happens a lot. But now Sheila never sees her grandbabies. Now I got the unfortunate job trying to find out who did it. Finding you. No matter how insignificant you might think it is, might be everything I need. Because here's the thing, whoever did this, like he was telling you, oh, we're not fine. I guarantee it. That's gonna happen. We're gonna find who did it. Whoever did it, you don't want them out there anymore. Because the next person might be someone a little closer to you.
This one said could be one man.
That's right. And then the word on the street's gonna be that girl. But in your family, in your household, it ain't gonna be that girl. It's gonna be my sister, my mother, my baby girl.
Like I said, normally I had worked in.
And you know all too well, you got family members that been killed. That shit cuts deep.
That's why I'm sitting there, I'm just gonna wire and think about it. I mean, we mama in it, that's the downs of it, so you know, just. Right.
I'll bet you on that. My mom's probably laying on her deathbed right now. Only problem was, she wasn't on a deathbed until that night. And that wasn't supposed to happen. My mom telling me, my mom's gonna pass, so I've come to terms with it's gonna happen. But it's happening on God's terms. He's handling that. She's just in bad health, and that's just the way it is. This way's gonna go, there ain't no stopping it. I understand that. Sheila, that wasn't the way it's supposed to go. That one we might have had 20, 30 years left. Sure. But like I told you, I saw her hours before this happened. She wasn't one of those 60-year-old on a walking cane.
No, she wasn't, 'cause I mean,
She was full of life,
She must have been good shape too.
smiling, waving, having a good old time. 11 hours later. Who would have thought, in a liquor store, buying something? You don't know when it's gonna happen. Poor woman's in there thinking everything's fine. 11 hours later, done. And I say woman because, like you said, you heard that girl, right? And it ain't that girl. It's Sheila. Somebody knows something. You. Not only is it family member, not only is it grandma or Meemaw or whatever they might call her. Not only is it Sheila and mom, but hell, it's also holidays where families get the closest when they come together to be the closest they are year round.
No, that's what make it even worse.
It does make it worse. And all I'm trying to do, man, is just figure out who am I. Because I tell you what, the who's gonna come. I know what's gonna happen. Now the why, it is what it is. Some people are gonna, maybe they're gonna tell me some bullshit story about this or bullshit story about that. Personally, I can't see someone with a vindictive attitude to go after this woman and maliciously kill her. I just don't see it. You knew Blondie, right? You knew Sheila, right? Can you think of a reason why somebody would just want to maliciously hurt her? So what I'm thinking is, when I find the who, and I'm going to, I think I'm going to find it. The why was, man, it wasn't supposed to go away. That was an accident. It was supposed to be that way. Shit got out of hand and went too far, and I made a mistake. That's what I think I'm going to find. Because honestly, man, this is a single mother, grandmother, who has no ties other than that daughter and grandbabies in Louisville, and she was all the way down here to be next to me. What enemies can she have? You see what I'm saying?
She don't look like she would have.
Right, right. She's not gonna have no enemies down here. That's Sheila. I'm down to see her grandbabies. She ain't got no enemies. So with that in mind, when I find the I'm thinking what I'm gonna hear is, and I'm sorry. It wasn't supposed to be that way. I didn't set out to do that. It happened. I'm sorry, it was a mistake. It went too far. I don't think I'm gonna find some freaking monster out there who's preying on older women with the intent to kill them. I just don't think I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find a good dude, smart guy, probably, who's gonna tell me, sorry, it was an accident. That's what I'm gonna. What is that? You don't mind me asking?
Just,
Yeah. Oh, well, like,
yeah, we got to work, sales part or insurance. To make this insurance. Yeah. A week. Just a chance to be looking at almost 1 hour.
but you gotta have it, right? Gotta take care of your family.
You can't, so plus it's talking about taxes. It's like $95 the first time. Second time you got it's like $395. After that, you ain't got the third time, it's like $600. It's going up $300 every time.
Because God forbid, if there's an accident or something like that, and something bad happened to you, and you don't have it,
I'm just thinking of field.
because who's gonna take care of your little girls?
See, they got insurance, but I want to get my own and put them on there because they got past.
I'm talking about life insurance. Yeah, I know what you're saying, for health insurance stuff, that kind of stuff.
Insurance, period. I got a little clot in my leg, so I ain't in the best to help myself, but.
How old are your little girls? Actually, I haven't got to see it all the time. Man. Like I said, and I know you've been down here for a long time, and I appreciate you coming down here, and I know what we've been talking to you about and asking you about is pretty daunting. But I mean, there's a reason for it. You know, when we see those phone calls, you know, obviously, you know, the suspicion, where the suspicion is gonna go, straight to you.
I wonder why, I would say the economy in the first thinking, you serious? Turn it out. You started a job, so I'm like, it's like you just cooperate.
I appreciate it, man. We don't get that a whole lot.
I'm trying to make it as easy as possible, because I mean, why come here and do all that? I mean, you go on the bus, soon sitting there, I mean, it ain't gonna do no good if I get to yelling at you and wasting your time to come back here, and you can be doing something else to hurt me. Just wait it out.
I did hear, I take it back, I lied to you. I did see your, I didn't get to go through it. I saw it while ago, it was ringing, your mom, and it said mom.
Yeah, man.
So she's probably trying to get over you. Obviously, we didn't answer it, though. I'm sure she knows you come down here with us.
But she didn't have no idea of it. She's at work. She's working temporary.
Oh, yeah? What's she doing?
Assistant administrator or something.
Man, you know, like I said, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse with you, but the bottom line is, you know, she knows a mom. You've got a mom, I got a mom. Inevitably, one day, we'll both bury our mom.
I also hope so, because I showed them.
God forbid, but it's, you know, it's a possibility. The bottom line is, there's gonna come a day that we'll both have to do it. And hopefully, it'll be on God's terms and the way He wanted it to go, and not the way she had to go. So, here's something possibly you'll need it. You call. Not asking you to be a snitch, I'm asking you to help.
This sounds all uncalled for anyways, but we're going to fix it. And it looks good. So I mean, don't worry about it.
And like I said, you know, goes back to my point down there. Somebody willing to do that to somebody mom, don't even get there. This person may be closer to you.
So I got a little vacation away from the work. I'll say,
But I can help. Get you a couple hours anyway. Well, shouldn't be too much longer. Get you back home. Get you out of here.
So no one wants to smoke a cigarette or something.
Man, I'll tell you what, if you give me a minute, we'll probably be week period. You can smoke all you want to.
Yes, sir.
Also, you'll put your door back this. I'll tell you what, you got that other door. So, there you go. That number right there goes directly to my desk. No one answers that phone with me. If I don't answer it, because I'm out doing something, you can leave a message. Nobody gets those messages but me. And anything
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. It is 3:30. If you would please be back outside the courtroom at 3:40, remember the admonition. Thank you, Josh. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? Right, Ms. Gray, go ahead.
Right, so Detective, just to recap on a couple of things. So we saw you during the interview take his buckle swabs. Were those the buckle swabs that were submitted to the KSP lab for comparison to the evidence from the crime scene?
They were.
And after the conclusion of that interview, was the defendant charged with anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you all take him home?
Yes.
All right, now, on December 16th of 2013, did you again meet with Eugene Mitchell?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Give me a quick second, please.
Do you recall at that point, was that the time at which you returned Eugene Mitchell's phones to him?
I apologize. Yes. Yes. I got a phone call from Mr. Mitchell asking if we were gonna return his phones. We had his phones for a while. We were doing the same thing that we did with Mr. Allen's phone. And but he had two of phones and it took a little bit longer. And he was calling, asking about his phone. So I cleared it with Sergeant Vance. If we were done with his phones, if I could take them back to him, and I did so. I went out to North Fort Liquors where I met with him. And again, I recorded that because Mr. Mitchell always likes to talk.
Okay, so at that point, you met with him in person to return the phones.
Yes.
And at that point, was Eugene Mitchell aware that you had interviewed Guy Allen?
No.
All right, on January 9th of 2014, at what point did you receive the DNA results? At least the preliminary round of DNA results.
We got those very, very quickly, actually. We had our command staff had to call in and ask that to be rushed. I think we got them like 6 or 7 weeks after we had submitted them.
Okay, so end of December?
Yes.
All right. And so after that, did you and Sergeant Vance make decisions about proceeding with charges?
We did.
And on January 9th, did you make arrests in the case?
We had 2 teams out. I arrested Mr. Mitchell, and Sergeant Vance and his team, I believe, is the ones who picked up Mr. Allen.
And on January 9th of 2014, did you and Sergeant Vance again interview the defendant Guy Allen?
Yes.
All right. And during this interview, did you have the DNA results?
We did.
At least the initial round of testing?
The initial, yes.
Okay. All right. And during this interview, did you also present the defendant with liquor store surveillance video?
I believe so.
All right. And again, was that interview conducted at your office?
It was at LMPD headquarters at the homicide office.
All right. And was that interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, at this time, move to publish to the jury.
Any objection? You may.
You okay, Mr. Allen? Got tired of all this stuff for you. Give me a little bit, I'm in here, okay? You think for everything? Water or Coke? I can't do anything other than water or Coke. No beer, nothing like that.
Anywhere about the bird, yeah, so that's why I went to bed and came home and I'll be up.
We'll talk about it. Second. More water. Hey, you put mine in water. I filter down. More water. Yeah, you supposed to do it. You did? Oh. As long as you don't make a mess like this. Alright. We're gonna do it fast. That's your. I got your idea. I think look for a can. And you know me, do you remember me? Yeah. You remember Detective Gibson? Yes. I need to ask you some more questions. Before I do this, I'm gonna read your rights to you, okay? You cool with that? And you hear that? Right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you before law. You right to talk to lawyers, right to any question or make a few statements. have him or her present with you while you're asking questions. If you got a board to hire lawyer, want to be appointed by the court to represent you before any question you desire one. You may stop the question or make any statement anytime. Or make any statements at any time or refuse to answer further without question. So or continue the question and make any statements. The last one is that if I ask you a question, you don't answer. And this is just a form that Little Metro Police Department uses, and if you sign this, you don't have to sign it. The form just states, I sign it, says, I read this statement of my rights and I understand my rights and what they are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. You know, I want a lawyer's time to understand and know what I'm doing. No promises and threats have been made to me, or pressure or orders of any kind that used against me. It's basically, it's kind of covers everybody. Is there anything about what it just said that you didn't understand? It's pretty self-smart. Okay, do you want to sign this form? You don't have to. I'm just saying, this is just a form from the Little Metro Police Department. And, you know, we have a form now for everything we do, which is this is the day and age, that's what we do.
Hey, guys, just for the record, I'm sorry. Just for the record, if you sign this, all you're saying is that you're willing to talk to us. It's not saying that you're guilty of anything else.
Yeah, it just says that you're allowing us to ask you.
I ain't guilty, so.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's up to you. If you want to sign it, you don't. I just gotta make sure you understand the rights, that's it. You do understand them, but you don't want to sign. It's okay if you don't, it's no big deal.
I'm in trouble.
Well, I mean, yeah. You know, we've already talked
I don't know
before.
about this situation.
Yeah. And then, you know, there's a couple things that I want to talk to you more about. Well, man, I'm just gonna get into while we're here again. You know, our previous interview, you had stated that you didn't, you sold, once again, narcotics part of it, I don't care about it, but you sold narcotics to the victim in this case. And I think you called her Blondie, is that right? Okay. But you were adamant about the fact that you had no other contact with her other than selling the or to her. And that's kind of where things have kind of changed. You know, the one thing about what we do is we process scenes and we get physical evidence. And there's one thing about physical evidence is that DNA can't leave. It's like hair. It's everybody's got their own. There's no duplicate. You know, it is what it is. So the first question I want to start off with is, do you know what happened?
And if she rolled any tape claim with a female?
What's the female in the store? What was her name? Because we do have on video.
Yeah, I know, Tamaya.
Tamara?
Tamaya.
Facebook.
T-O-M-I-Y.
Is that your girlfriend?
No, we ain't messing around like that right now.
What'd you say? It's T-O?
M-I-Y-A.
You know her last name?
Jeffrey.
Where'd you and Tamaya know that? She looked married.
She looks something.
What's her address? Is it right in my current court where you
Right
live?
there where the alley is, yeah, it's the next block over.
Like, if you're going from McDonald's towards your house,
Yeah,
or you're
you get, when you get to my house.
Yeah.
Where they got the little alley right there, you know what I'm saying? I can't even tell you where that is. I mean, so much shit just went on and they just basically get their way.
So you and Tamaya went back to her house that night. You guys watch a movie, you have sex, or you have that kind of relationship?
That's what fall asleep over her, everything. I mean, mama
So you do have a sexual relationship?
used to.
Oh, this. She's that young. Doesn't look like it.
She told me that was the birthday, but she, I don't know, girls, I don't know where y'all.
So you were with Maya, Jennifer, that's not that far behind. Who was the person in the video? There's someone in your car. Maya's in the front seat, there's somebody in the back seat. Who is that? Just where I'm talking to somebody.
Well, you walk up to my truck all the time, but she's in there because she knows everything about it. I mean, I don't care too much for it, but at the same time, I'm just like, she's with me, so. And so, man, I can't think of nobody that was in there. If it was better, it could have been my sister, but I won't think of it.
Were you with any males that night? Any friends, no friends?
If I hang somebody, it'd be somebody probably. Like one of the bodies over in here, I'm saying, in this little Marshall, or I go there and say.
Keith in the phone. So did you spend the night at Miss Jeffrey's house at night, or did you go home after that, or you know, during the night or something like that? Or where did you sit? At Miss Jeffrey's.
I've been over it several times and spent the night, so we was staying. I do believe so, because we was together.
When was the last time you saw blind? You can use that night that's your own video with Maya as a reference. Days before or what?
I'm scared,
Or Monday. Monday night on Tuesday morning. 11. So you know, last time you saw her was October. Anything about the Coast Guard? Trail, anything like that.
we got the trail back?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, because before we left, they was like busting it, man, like 50, 60 points every time. And then when he left, we was doing okay, then we started doing good. But I mean, I ain't saying strong with bad. I mean, he got in there, and took him around. He started doing his thing, but I think that was like the tree. When I'm at it's very good practice. Shocked because Bridgewater is going to the pros.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good pro. Now, when we process the scene, you know, took quite a bit of evidence from it. And this is just a small list of some evidence to process. One thing about this case is that because of the circumstances around the case, we're able to get the state police laboratory to kind of speed up that process. And you had to remember you had two girls. You had two girls, right? Yeah. And I know you care about your kids. I know you care about your daughter. I know you care about your sister. I know you care about your mom. I know you care about your family. I want you to tell me the truth. If I'm gonna read you something, I want you to think about it. I want you to think about what you're gonna say. I want you to tell me the truth. You were positively identified to having sex with your DNA. Was found in condoms on scene. You were found in her mouth and her anus. Your DNA. That's not something we can make up. That's not something that could be. It's not like an identification where somebody made a mistake. Think you're the person. It's stamped in stone. It cannot be off. Your DNA is unique to you.
Me.
Sure can. Kind of hard to read. I'll read it to you.
I thought we good.
DNA profile, no, it's hard to understand. 2.3. 2.3 is. 2.3 cutting and staining from lichen. Typical mixture of at least 3 individuals. You, shield divide is the victim or contributors. Okay? You do Mitchell, it's not included or excluded. Included or excluded. Your DNA. You see that word right there? That means the frequency of this profile, 1 in every 2.16 billion, based on the relevant United States population. That's you. That's the 4.1. Swabs from inside right condom. You found both condoms. On 4.1, 6.1, your DNA is in both those condoms. Your DNA is on swabs taken from the victim's anus. Your DNA is also on swabs taken from the victim's mouth. You remember the first time we talked? I said, almost anything in life can be explained, and I 100% you can explain. I just need you to explain something. I think things probably got out of hand. I definitely think that you weren't by yourself. And just keep in mind that the questions I ask you are probably already know the answers to. But I'm giving you an out. I'm giving you an option to save yourself.
I mean, oh,
What is your DNA?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a scary tactic or what. I mean,
Let me just tell you something. Law. I can't do this. I can't configure a report that says your DNA was here. And there's been, the Supreme Court has ruled, I can't do it. I'm telling you this. And this is being video. Okay?
oh, I'm pretty sure.
And I'm telling you this because it's the truth. I can't come in here with a fake laboratory report and say your DNA was found on the scene or wherever. It's illegal and I can be prosecuted for it. I can't do it. This is the real deal. This is the real deal. I'm thinking of your 2 daughters. I'm thinking about your mom. I'm thinking about your sister. You were not there by yourself. I know. Yeah. It's kind of like, you might as well look at this, it's video. And I don't want to use this as a hypothetical example. It's kind of like you going into a bank, robbing the bank, taking your head off and looking at the camera and writing a card saying, guy on. It's actually better than, because no one else in the world has your DNA. I don't have it. Detective Gibson doesn't have it. Your brother doesn't have it. Your mom doesn't have it. You can't get out of it. That's no one else. It's unique to you. I'm trying, and honestly, and
I don't understand what you're saying, but it's hard to try to explain something that I can't do.
guy.
I understand me.
You know, I'm trying, I really am. And I swear, I hope you believe me. I really hope you do, because I am 100%, I am being real with you. As a person to a person, not a police officer. No, we are people. I am reaching out to you and I'm trying, I am begging you to explain this, because you can't get out of this. You can't. You had sex with her. You told me you never were. You told me you never been in her apartment, but the condoms that were in the apartment have your DNA in them. The swabs taken from her anus, the swabs taken from her mouth have your DNA in them, on them, from those areas. You cannot get away from that.
She is not my type. It's not fair.
You're not under the influence of any drugs right now, right? You're not taking any pills that may alter your mental. Because
They ain't give me nothing for my bad deal.
because brother, I'm trying to explain this to you, and I feel like you don't
No,
know.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, but it's hard to say I did something when I didn't do something. But then you saying it's over here, and I'm just like, wow. I mean, for real, are you serious? I mean, it's. I mean, I watch a lot of TV. So this is like look like some old scare tactics stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Would you like for my boss to come in here and tell you that? Because
I mean, I just got
I highlighted what was important. This is our entire life. My law cannot do this. I cannot fake in DNA report. The U.S. Supreme Court has already. This is the cover page. This talks about the exhibits. It shows the Kentucky State Police Laboratories. Red.
It's like confusing.
It's confusing. It's if you don't know what you're reading, it is.
I'm saying,
You have to understand how the reports are written. Well, because the victim died, because of the circumstances surrounding the victim's death, this case is what we call a capital case. This case is eligible for the death penalty. There we go. My boss, this is the acting command officer. Here.
I ain't some janitor that has got to come in, okay?
He ain't cut this over, so I'm gonna be part of it.
He thinks, he obviously, you know, Sergeant Jaguar was watching the video. You know, you obviously came in here for a reason, because he thinks we have made this report.
What's your last name? Okay, Mr. Allen, here's the deal, okay? This report is real, okay? Here's why you can believe this 100%, okay? Yeah, I don't think anyone here is smart enough to type all those fancy numbers, okay? But if we do something illegal,
the case would get thrown out. It'd be done. So let's say you get charged and you start talking to your lawyer about, they had this paperwork, this, and we don't turn any of that over. Guess what happens to our case? It's gone. Okay? He's showing you the most damning piece of evidence that there can be against you. Okay? Your DNA, I mean, it's it. There's one. This ain't no sci-fi movie. If DNA, you know, if your DNA comes up in that, there's no way for a double hit to come up. It don't happen. Okay?
I'm listening to you.
All right, so I want you to understand that there's real big courtrooms like Supreme Court. We can't lie to you about. We can't fabricate documents. We can't do it. Okay? They're not going to do it because everything is recorded. They're not going to do it because your lawyer would find out about it and the case get thrown out, and then they get in trouble. Okay? And they could possibly be sued. All right? So if you're sitting here thinking this document ain't real, it's like a heart attack. It's real as a heart attack. All right. A lot of big numbers, quintillion, you got a million, you got a billion. Okay. And then you're in the trillions, then you're in the quintillions. All right. Like bigger than the national debt. Okay. So, I mean, it don't get no closer than that, man. Okay. What's the best hand in poker?
No.
Okay.
How we go?
Well, if it's a royal flush, it's better than a royal flush. Okay. Well, you know, I don't know much either, but I've seen it on TV a time or two. Okay. So I think what the point here is okay, you can put 100% credence, 100%. I mean, this is it. It ain't made up, it's real. Okay.
Got that number right there. 6 billion. 1 million has 6 zeros in it. How many zeros are in that number? I didn't either. I looked it up. 21.
Basically 4 times a million. Okay. So if you think they're BSing you, it ain't happening. He ain't gonna lie to you, he ain't gonna lie to you. It ain't gonna happen. Okay.
Something. I mean, how do you explain something?
Well, you know what? I think you need to explain to these two guys.
How
Well, let me how you explain to these two guys how a Jimmy coat has got your basically DNA semen in it, is found in a place you've never been, okay? And up some woman's butt, there's semen that you ain't never been, she's not your type. Okay? If you can explain that sufficiently, okay, I think you don't have a problem here.
I don't feel like I have a problem anyways. I mean, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to cooperate and everything. But at the same time, it's hard to explain something that.
Well, obviously, there's got to be a reasonable explanation of how your bodily fluids and DNA is found in a room you've never been in a woman's orifices you've never been with.
So I don't know where she lived or nothing. I ain't never been there.
Okay. But just take it as gospel. This is real. They can't fake paperwork like this. It's against the law. The chief would have their butt. You know, that if you're reading it there, it ain't made up. It's really from a state police lab. Okay. You know, your lawyer's gonna get all of it. This goes forward. So there. All right. Thanks, Arthur.
So, yeah. I'm reaching out to you, man. I really am.
I understand you, Sharon. Man,
I really
I want to say, man, what is there for me to say?
Stop trying to think of how you're gonna get out of it.
I'm not worried about how I'm going to get out of it. I'm worried about how the hell I get into this damn mess.
How did you?
All because of my number, because from where she's trying to buy shit from.
How'd you end up in that one?
That's not really
I
true.
went, I ain't been in the apartment, that's the problem. I don't know where she lives at.
Okay, so let's say you weren't in there, okay? Have you ever had sex with her outside the apartment?
No,
Has she ever sucked your dick in your truck?
no, she ain't never been in my truck, never, ever. I would meet her down, at the damn store. There's a little tree right there, by the little apartments right there on, what's the name of that street?
Norfolk?
It's in Norfolk, like it's big, you know, the buddies, like, there's some, we would sit out there, barbecue, and we'd drink. That's why I met her, right there. She would come up here, she gets some, right there by the tree. If I ain't meet her at the store, I'll meet her by the tree. I ain't never met her nowhere else, and I ain't never been nowhere else with her.
But what I'm saying is this, there's additional testing that's gonna happen from that list there. And then there's gonna be additional testing from other exhibits and collected items that we sent to the laboratory. And I gotta be honest with you, I've never had somebody look at a DNA report and tell me that I was trying to get them to into something.
I mean, that right there, that's just. How can I get to something like that? I mean, and it's just messed up. I mean, you just show me the paper, and I'm looking at this paper, I'm just like, I mean, is it a scare tactics? I mean, is it something you want me just like, yeah, I did it? No. No. I'm out there, how am I gonna explain something? That's what I'm saying. How can I explain something?
You know how to explain it to me? Because honestly, I don't know how, I mean, I used the whole example of somebody going in and robbing a bank and being on
I
video.
understand what you're saying. I mean,
This is actually better. I mean, it really is. Your DNA is unique to you. God gave it to you and you only. That's it. That's it. No one else has it. No one. No one. And this is a real report. It is a real report. And I am begging to believe it. Because, brother, we got this first wave of testing done in 6-7 weeks. You know what normally it takes? 8 months to a year. You know why it got done in 6, 7, 8 weeks? Because the circumstances of the case were so egregious that upper command, when they read the particulars of the report of what happened to this lady, they were alarmed. I was alarmed. He was alarmed. My commanding officers were alarmed. This is somebody, and I'm using this piece of paper. I'm talking about the report. The first thing they thought they read that report. This is somebody we need to get off the streets.
I would want them off the streets too, but I promise it's. But yeah, I went wrong.
Guys, you said you weren't a nasty person. I believe that because last time we engineered, we talked to you, you were very kind, very cooperative, just like you are right now.
It's not.
Besides selling them, when you used to, whenever it was, whenever you stopped out there, when you used to sell them, when you used to sell the block, you ever used to?
No, sir, never. Never. Most I did was smoke weed.
Okay.
Smoke weed and drink.
What's your choice?
But I mean, be cheap, I go get a cheap beer or something, all right, skin check.
We drinking that?
It's a drink, man.
I don't mean you drinking. Okay. You just smoking weed now?
We smoked weed in almost 4 years.
You ever done any kind of narcotics, crack, cocaine, anything?
Never.
Somehow or another, that your DNA shows up in 2 columns inside that woman's bedroom. You said you've never been in that apartment.
I have not only those.
You said you never had sex with her. You said that you didn't have sex with her that night. Yet, when you and I talked the last time, remember what I said? I said, man, you don't hang. Remember when I talked about that part? You remember when I told you this? I said this. I said, this woman looked up at the person who was at that point killing her. She could see what was going on and felt what was going on. All right? Pretty scary stuff, especially if you're a single female living by yourself and this person is on top of you, literally taking the life out. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I can vision it and I can understand what you're saying, but I'm just.
But remember when I said this? I said this. I didn't think that whoever did this ran up in her house with the intentions of just saying, you know what, I'm gonna kill somebody tonight. It's gonna be that girl. I said, whatever happened in that room, was it one of those things where this monster was like, you know what, I'm just gonna kill her? It was probably something that got out of hand and it went too far. And when that person left, her eyes were still open. She was breathing, barely, but she was still breathing. And maybe that person didn't think they did that. Maybe that person didn't think they could. Because that wasn't their intention. If it was their intention, they'd have just, she'd have been dead, period, right there on the bed. Okay? This was one of those things that started off at point A and was supposed to stay at point A. But went too far and ended at point B. Sex, maybe. No deal, maybe. End of the story, yeah. But something happened that pushed it too far. And instead of just having this, the end result was this woman's not dead. Okay. It wasn't one of those things where just she was targeted. Someone made a very bad decision, made a mistake, took it too far, and as a result of it, this woman's now dead. According to this,
It's just pointing towards me.
yes, sir, it is. Now, Jason told you a while ago, everything can be explained. The hard part is starting out. After that, it's really. It's not right. But the hard part is admitting the mistake was made and things went too far.
So, trust me, I already know that, but try to admit to something you didn't do. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
How do you dispute 6 trillion?
I don't know. There's 16. That's what it is, 16.
How do you dispute that?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, truthfully, I really don't know. I'm not going to try to argue or nothing like that. I mean, truthfully, I'm just like, what the hell? I mean, I'm not going to bother.
How that would be harder to explain than that number we talked about with the 21 G.
Explain something to you, but I can't explain something that I don't know.
You said she didn't spend much. Okay. Was there a deal made that time? Was there a deal made that time? Because we know the phone calls. Was there a deal made that night that said, look, I got money. Bring me something over. I'll do this. Something like that, maybe? That went too far?
Where were you when you served? Where the serving go?
It wasn't even a surgery.
You didn't serve?
No,
Did you see her that one?
no. She's trying to get something. I didn't have none. I thought about, giving her some fake shit, but I couldn't do it because I mean, I don't want you to come back. I'm not pressed for money like that, so. Like I said, I got to spend the check coming in no work. That's what I do.
You told me last time you were in here, whoever did this, you would want them off the street because of.
I mean, I got a house for a woman.
That's right. You said that, right?
Yes.
You wouldn't want this to happen to your daughter,
No.
your sister.
No, I saw
Your
my
mom.
oldest daughter 13, she was about 2 days ago. I have kids at home.
So at no point in time when this woman, Sheila, her grandchildren are gonna grow up, be old enough to understand what happened. That's gonna mess them up,
Trust me, I know it's good. I messed up.
because they're not old enough right now to understand. All I'm saying is this. There's no way. It's not possible. Especially for me. The terminology in this thing, I would be able to write a report if it makes any sense to me, using that terminology.
I still don't understand, but I mean,
No,
looking at it, I mean, one minute it says something, the next minute it says something else.
the one you need to be concerned, because there's a lot of stuff. And the reason it's so many pages and all that stuff's highlighted is because of all these items, okay? Look at this. These are all different items that we sent to the lab. Now, that's not everything we sent, but this is the first batch we sent, okay? You have vaginal swabs, buccal swabs, oral swabs, genital swabs, anal swabs, pubic hair, left hand swab, left, right hand, fingernail swab, fingernail cutting, nail cutting. You get the gist. There's a lot of stuff on here. Right? And every one of these things have a number next to it that identifies it. All this stuff that you see highlighted just for the record, show you this. 4.1 says red condom from dresser and bin. The problem with that too, though, for you is this. It's another condom. 6.1 condom from the floor. It also. If you were sitting right here and it was me over there, what would be going through your mind, reading me that report? And you've been a very, very good man to me. You've been very cooperative. And when I wrote down here, I said, not nasty. You know what? I believe that for the first time we talked. We had you here for a while, didn't
I ain't gonna complain with right now.
we? And you still not.
I'm not gonna be, even though I'm just like, I'm sitting here now, I ain't do, but oh my God, what the, I'm just sitting here looking like, it's like, I'm starting to see my life flash before my eyes, for something that said I want to go set them up, but I just get on every now and then. And the time I couldn't show up to sell something, I wound up coming in some bullshit, and now some shit done happened. Now I'm fucked around. And my mama had always told me that this shit go fuck around and get you locked up good. Shit. You know what I mean?
God, there's also some other things, maybe. It's just, not just the comments. There's other things in this report that also puts you in that point.
Explain it to me. Help me understand it, because here's the thing. You seem like a very cool dude to me, a very good guy. And I think that there's a situation that happened that went too far, man. And it's not you. It's not something that you would normally do. You're not that guy running around out there hunting people down to hurt them. So something happened in there that night, man. It got out of hand. Help me to understand.
I mean, I'm not that guy.
I know. So what happened, man?
How can you say something? I didn't do, I didn't. I know you won't believe me, but you get your paperwork over here and everything else. I mean.
Dude, the thing,
Man, I already know what's really happening to me now, so. I don't know, they don't.
and they're going off of this. Me and Jason, we don't know you, but we've interacted with you.
So
But here's the thing, my goal was this. My goal was to come pick you up today. Bring you down. Show you this. Ask you to explain. Give you. So I don't have to do this. I mean, I can get up and walk out of this room right now, take my report, and we're done. I wanted to because I have respect for you because of the way you were last time. But man, I'll tell you right now, if somebody come in here and set the way you did for a while, that was, and be cool, calm, and collected, not throw a fit, not be mean and nasty, said a lot about that person's character. I wanted to give you the opportunity to come in here today, explain this to me, give you the opportunity to help yourself. And I'm still want to do that. I know it's gonna, the guy, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I ain't gonna sit here and say I know it's gonna be hard. I don't know, because I'm not wearing your shoes, bro. I don't know how hard or difficult this is for you. I don't know how hard your heart's beating right now or what's going through your mind. But I can tell you this. I was a kid. There was an old consolidated store. It was at 15th and Market. Yeah, you remember that? I'm a little kid. I'm like 6 years old. I go over to my dad. I see his little fire truck. Now I know this is not quite the same level, but I'm 6. So you'll see my point. I see this little hot lid fire truck. Pretty red. I want it. I knew my dad would buy it. I'm 6 years old. I got it. So I'm popping out the pack. And as we're walking out the door, as little kids do, they want to see what they got. No. Pull it out of my pocket. Look at it, because it's cool. My dad was down to see me with it. Yeah. Wants to know where I got it. Man, I'm gonna tell you right now, I was speechless. I didn't know what to say. Because I knew what my dad was gonna do to me, because he's done it before when I did something wrong. So I didn't know what to say. I kept coming up with all these other excuses, and my dad knew better. He already knew what I did. He wanted me to say it. I was 6 years old, scared to death, because I knew what was gonna happen when I got home. I was gonna get my blood. I knew it was gonna hurt. And it was hard. And I kept looking up at him. My eyes were watering up. I was getting all teary-eyed because I knew what was coming next. And I looked up at him and I said, with a cracked voice and a quivering lip, I took it. He took me back in the store. We walked up to the clerk. I gave it back to him. He took me home. And I'm waiting for it. I know what's going to come. He set me down. Yeah. You know why? Because he could see it in my eye. He knew what was up. He knew the answer. He knew the answer. He wanted to see how I was going to react and what I was going to do. And he knew that the hardest part for me was to say, Daddy, I get it.
Now, I know, like I said, it's not the same, but the thing is this, guys, the thing is this. The hardest part, first of all, is saying those first words. Afterwards, when we're back at my house and I'm thinking I'm gonna get my ass whipped, and he's sitting there talking to me about it, and I didn't get that ass whipped, and saying I got that life lesson talk, and I was able to talk to him about it. From that point forward, I was able to talk to him about the whole thing. Because we walked around that store 2 or 3 times, and I've seen it a couple times. I was gonna do it the first time I saw it, but I didn't do it because I was scared. And I had to tell him. And that's when I went back around and did it again. And then I picked it up and we walked around and I was holding it down low where he couldn't see it. And we went into this little place where there's some clothes at, went behind this clothes rack, this little circular clothes rack, and I opened it up too. And I was able to tell my dad every bit of it. And all that part was easy. The hard part was when I walked out the store, he snatched me up and said, "Where'd you get that?" That was the hard part. And I understand that part of it. That's the whole concept I'm trying to get to. The hardest part of it is the first few words that come out of your mouth. But me and my dad are better people today for it in our relationship. And I know that sounds silly because I was 6 years old. And that's what 6-year-old kids do. But the bottom line is this: from that point forward, I knew. I learned a lesson that day, a valuable lesson. I can lie to my dad. It ain't gonna get me no place. But when I told him, we were in living all, knowing what was coming, and got it out. From that point forward. Now, there were still times when I got my ass whipped for something I did when I was growing up. But I knew that if I go to him and I tell him I'm honest, and as hard as it might be, to tell him what I did, he would be understanding. That's what I'm trying to do here, man. I want to be understanding. I want you to help me to understand. I want you to explain this to me. And I know the hardest part is the first few words. You're not that guy, pal. It's hard for me to talk when I say you're not that guy and it's your first name. You're not that dude. Okay? You're not that dude. But something went in there. Something went down. It just went too far. And there's nothing we can do to explain that away.
And I can't explain it. That's what makes it so bad. It's just like frustrating to see. That's why I asked you, because I mean, me myself, I'm like.
You know what that would do to somebody psychologically? To fuck with them that way, to make this up and just fuck with you just for shits and giggles. That would be messed up. That would be messed up.
That would be messed up because that's why when I looked at it, I was looking like, that's why I looked at you like,
man, I wouldn't do that to you. You and I had a pretty decent conversation. And when you walked out of here, I was impressed with you. I would not bring you in here just to mess with you like this. That would be messed up.
You wouldn't in the first place, but I like I said, it's a half profile case and everything. At the same time, it's like, it's hard to try to sit here and tell you I've done something. I know I ain't done something, but then something else over here says you've done something, but then I'm over here, I ain't done nothing. But I mean, I'm like, how in the world? Hang on.
I don't know. I need you to help me.
I'm just, no.
Yeah. I can tell you this. 61-year-old grandma, too.
I know.
Who got the life strangled out of her. Asphyxiated. But laid there. Knowing in her mind that she was dying and there wasn't nothing she could do about it. And for 17 days, that woman laid in a hospital dying.
So she gets like, oh, she just got beat up.
It's funny how shit goes around on the street.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm finding out stuff. I'm finding out more and more. When you get one card, when it said it was a sex crime. I didn't know about no sex crime, nothing like it. I didn't know nothing.
This ties you to a sex crime, don't let it.
That's what it's trying to say.
No, it's not trying to say. It's saying 2.1 sextillion ain't trying anything. 2.1 sextillion is saying.
always fest to everything I've done. You can't fest to something like this.
That I want to believe, and that's why we're here. That's because I told you, I don't have to be here.
Like you said.
My wife and kids are sitting at home right now. I missed my little boy's basketball practice tonight.
All because of me and.
No, all because I gotta get to the bottom of this. I owe it to them grandchildren. I owe it to that woman's daughter, and I owe it to the woman's family to figure out why this says your name. It ain't about you, man. I'm just.
No, I understand what you mean. You're doing your job. I mean, you're doing a good job of it. You're just trying to get to the bottom of it. At the same time, I want to be able to explain something that I can't explain. So, I mean.
Why can't you explain? Is it because it's just that difficult to do?
It ain't difficult to do. It's difficult to explain something. If you're not around, if you're not there, and then you come back and you got a paper and tell me all this other stuff. Man, I mean, I'm just like, are you serious for real? I mean, but evidently you are. So I mean,
I wouldn't keep doing it. I'm saying accidental. I'm saying something that something emotional got involved with it. Something made somebody very upset. Somebody got very pissed off and the emotions got in the way and a bad decision was made and somebody went too far. And according to this, that somebody was right now, the way you're sitting there, I agree with that. It ain't you like that. But I can't say for sure when that night. According to this, that night was a different you. It ain't the same guy I'm looking at right now.
say, I mean, I can't explain all that to you. Appreciate you trying, you know what I'm saying? Help me out there. Can't explain something.
I told you what mine is.
Man, you're doing your job. You know, like I told you, my man, you're doing your job.
And what's your mom's home phone? Is it 689 or something like that? I mean, it's not 80, I'm
3687.
618
3687. So phone off. Oh, I got the phone. She got the phone.
Where's your sunscreen?
Oh, wait.
No, I don't know. And you're being charged for murder. You're being charged for murder, you're being charged for rape, you're being charged for assault. Let's make it real for you. This is a real citation. I'm getting ready to fill out. Actually,
I know it's real. I mean, well, I don't know if I can tell you something. I would tell you.
It's just one. This is 8. You went by 2:30. You say that, is there something about you that we need to know? Do you want out? Do you have delusional thoughts? Do you become someone that you don't? You have any kind of mental disability? Or do you have, help me out here? I mean, throw me a bone or something.
I can't tell you, I don't black out. I don't do that. I'm not on medication. Nothing. So the rest, nothing. Man. Use everybody.
I'll tell you what this is, I mean, this is just a theory. I mean, I don't know because I wasn't there, but I can say this. Let's say that you're, let's just say it's rough sex. I mean, I don't know if I want to do that, but let's say you're rough sex. When you go to choke somebody out, one of the first things that they do is they lose their bowel. They shit because they're literally going unconscious. It's very common for a female at that. Okay. I mean, this woman was found with shit shoved in her mouth with a gag. Yeah. And you remember earlier, and even in the first interview, everything can be explained. As fucked up as that is, I am literally begging you, right? And I know we're going through this before again, but I'm begging you to try to explain what happened, what's going on. Help me help you. Because I want to. I thought I wouldn't have done all this if I didn't want to. I just locked you up and been done with it.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, but how do you explain something that you don't know? How? That's all I'm asking. How?
You ever had memory loss? Okay, so we ain't gotta worry about that.
Power Rex and everything, everything. Everything.
And like I told you, and he said the same thing, he just said. We could have put that fuss on you when we got you out of the car and didn't know this. We brought you in here, we brought you in here for a reason, we wanted to give you that opportunity.
How? I don't know. I actually do. Maybe don't believe me today or tomorrow, maybe sometime in life might actually believe me. I mean, but
And I want to believe you, but here's the thing, you haven't even attempted to try to explain this yet.
I can't explain it. I can't. If I can explain it to you, I will explain it to you.
But here's the thing, and I keep harping on it, about her kids and all that, and her grandchildren and stuff, but here's the other thing, you got a family too. I don't want to just yank you out of your house and take you away from your family and shit.
I know it.
You're a human being too. But the bottom line is, I can't help you if you can't help me, because if you can't explain this, I can't do it either. I don't know how to explain it either. But the only person that could, because it's your name, you should be able to be the one to do it. I'm not trying to snatch you away from your kids. I'm not trying to snatch you away from your mom or your sisters.
But I want to explain something that you don't know.
Well, yeah, I want to go in here in my office and do some paperwork. And if you want to talk to me, say, all right, so call me, okay? So let's just talk, use the bathroom,
I wouldn't go to work if I didn't have a son. I mean, because that's why I ain't fighting. I didn't try nothing. I mean, all I do was try to cooperate. I mean, I know. But at the same time, I got a piece of paper to sit in front of me saying, shoot, you did. I'm just looking like, what the hell? I mean, I ain't do nothing. I mean, if I done something, I wouldn't be in the same neighborhood. I would be like someone probably trying to add or add a state or something like that. I ain't with nowhere. I ain't done nothing. I mean, I'm right there. I'm not worried to find. I'm right there. So every time you look for me, I'm where I'm at. I'm right there where you can find me. You get my place of employment, everything. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not.
Detective, were both the defendant and Eugene Mitchell charged that day?
Yes,
for this
ma'am.
offense?
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Detective, that's all I have.
All right. Mr. Van Treese, you need a moment to set up?
Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to take a break, but we are going, at least an official break, but we are going to stretch for a minute while Mr. Van Treese sets up. So feel free to stand up, take some deep breaths. Twist, stretch.
Judge, I think we're ready.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Detective. I don't have to introduce myself to you. We've known each other for a while now.
Yes, sir.
So let's just get right into it, okay? It's getting late. I want to start kind of talking to you a little bit about the scene as you arrived on that day. I know you testified a lot about it, but that seems like ages ago. It was earlier this morning. So I'm going to kind of throw out some facts and you tell me if they're wrong or you remember differently. But I think you got there around 10:36 in the morning, roughly about 45 minutes after the 911 call came in. That sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I think you said the first thing you did was you kind of walked in, and I'm sure this is typical for every scene. The first thing you did is kind of surveyed the scene, kind of see what you had. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Yes.
And I think you said in your direct testimony and you put it in reports that the first thing you noticed was the scene in the living room, which is the first room you walked into, right? It looked like a struggle had happened or an assault or something.
Yes.
Probably the biggest clue of that was those broken dentures that were on the ground, right?
I think that was, I think everything kind of put,
Put it all together.
yes,
But the dentures were probably the best bit that somebody had been injured there. If
yes,
you got to just take that out, it still looks like a struggle, but that's a pretty big clue that something happened in that room.
yes.
Right. Okay. So you also noticed a few other things in that room. You noticed a button on the ground that was out of place, and that's kind of why I think you keyed in on that. You noticed the earrings, they were kind of in two different places, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also found some other physical evidence when you're in there. You found some beer cans, Old English beer cans to be exact, right?
Yes, sir.
They were in the living room as well. And then you also found what I think, I mean, basically you could call it drug paraphernalia, but I think it was basically a device to smoke crack cocaine in the living room as well,
Yes.
kind of by the couch.
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness? I'm going to show you some pictures. You just kind of go through them real quick. Just tell me that kind of summarizes everything that you and I just kind of talked about there. And Judge, what number are we on? Do you know as far as our exhibits go?
I believe defense exhibit 11.
11? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. But I'm going to move to introduce these photos and publish them with the jury. And it would be exhibits starting at 11, so it'd be 11 through 20.
Okay. Any objection? No, Your Honor.
Okay.
So admitted.
You hang on one second. I'm going to get these up on my computer screen. All right, so these are the dentures, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next photo I'm going to show you, I think are going to be the dentures at the crime lab after you took them, right here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think in your reports and the CSU reports, they are described as bloody dentures, and that's what we're looking at right there, right?
Yes.
And they're obviously broken. And 'cause it looks like they're kind of together, but were they broken in two full pieces or just kind of broken at that?
Yeah, I don't believe they were in two full pieces. It was
Okay.
just a crack in them.
Obviously, though, it took some force to get that out of the mouth and clearly broke it in some fashion.
Either that or somebody, when it came out, somebody might have stepped on it. I don't know.
I think the blood, though, would indicate that.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
surely was there's some force there for the
Yeah.
blood.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It wasn't they just fell out and yeah,
Yes.
exactly. This is one of the earrings, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the other earring, and that's actually found in the couch. And I think you testified that's not originally the way you found the couch, right?
Right. It was about 6 inches up.
It's askew, I think is probably maybe a fair way to put it. And was that what keyed you in to kind of look underneath there and see maybe what was else?
Well, yeah, because everything else was intact and in place, and you got this one cushion that's
Right. Good deal. Okay. So you found that earring, and then this is the button, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
I can kind of scroll down a little bit on it. But it's kind of buried there in the carpet, but you're right. It is, oh, sorry, I messed up. You're right. It is kind of out of place, right?
Yes.
But at that point, you didn't know anything about it. That's why you tagged it, took a photo of it,
Yes, sir.
wanted to figure out the significance later. This is one of the Old English beer cans, and you can tell, let's see the next photo. These are on the coffee table.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And then the last couple, the reason I have this one in here is to give some context, but this is the crack bottle, for lack of a better term. And you can kind of tell it's underneath that stand that's right next to the couch, right?
Correct.
So this would be like the couch is here and it's on the floor right
Correct.
in front of you. So I think it would be to your right when you walk in. If I'm not mistaken. I've never been in
If
there.
you're
but-
looking at the couch, it's to the right.
Okay. Now, what I found curious about this, and I wanted to ask you, obviously you took a photo of it, but what I didn't see was a marker for it, and I didn't see it as collected from the scene with from the CSU text. What was your reason behind that?
So I went to that address because I was actually called out to go out there and see what we had. Again, at this time, it's very early in this investigation. I have not been able to speak with the victim. I don't know exactly what I have, but I'm not a narcotics officer. I'm there for another reason. I see that, and it could possibly have been there for a week, 2 weeks. I don't know, but I'm not there to investigate narcotics. I'm there to investigate a sexual assault. So at this particular time, I'm not real concerned with it. I don't know what this woman's lifestyle is like. I don't know if she does that regularly and it's been there for a month. I don't know.
Well, isn't that true of every single thing in there? Those beer cans could have been there for weeks. That button could have been there for weeks. Earrings could have been there for weeks. I'll give you the dentures probably not sitting there for weeks. So that's why you tag those, because you didn't know, right?
Correct.
You didn't know what the significance of it was
Yes,
at
sir.
that point. But this, and for some reason, you decided not to tag it or bring it in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't think that ever happened, right?
No, we went back and got it.
Okay. You did that on the second trip, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So that was the scene in the living room. And that's initially kind of what you see as you walk in. And as I said, and I think we'll agree, obviously that's where everything probably started, right?
I
With the
would
struggle.
guess.
And we know that because in the bedroom, when you got there, that's where the victim was found.
Correct.
So obviously that's where things get.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
So the logical conclusion is starts in the living room, finishes in the bedroom.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So and by the time you got there, the victim wasn't there.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
And it was your understanding that she was found on the bed, right?
Yes, sir.
You walked in the scene and just like in the living room, kind of started taking stock of everything that was in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you found 2 condoms, one that was on the floor, that was kind of on the edge of the bed. I think we saw a picture of that earlier, correct? Okay, and then one of them that was on the dresser. It's not a nightstand, it's a dresser, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it was kind of on the edge right there, but it wasn't flung up there. It looked like it kind of been placed there, correct?
I could go with place.
Okay, I mean, it wasn't like hanging off one of the plants.
No.
I mean, it was just sitting there, obviously in plain view. You know,
Yes, sir.
couldn't miss it, I guess is the best way to put it. Okay. You also found her nightgown, jeans, and something described as a white cloth, and I think you tagged all that stuff too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, took all that in. And again, you're doing this because you don't know what the significance of that is yet, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I do have one picture that I want to ask about. One second. Nope, that's not it. Sorry, I'm trying to do this fast, but it actually makes me go slow. Okay, hold on one second. I gotta. If I may approach the witness again.
You
Judge.
may.
I'm going to show you a couple photos. Are those photos fairly kind of represent part of the scene, the dresser and things that you in the floor of what you saw when you're in that bedroom?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
We have a juror.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Photos of it again? Is it possible? It's kind of hard for this, but for that three of us to see the photo.
Okay, I'm standing in
Yes, you're.
here. Got it. I do. When I put them up there, I'll back all the way to the door. I can't duck down, so no problem.
That accurately describes the bedroom for what you're showing me.
Got it. Okay, and Judge, I would move to admit and publish these, Judge. This will be exhibits, I think we said 20, so it'd be 21 through 24.
Any objection?
There you are.
You said 21 through
24.
24. So admitted?
All right, first I want to show you. Okay, this is a plant that's kind of found at the edge of the bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then there's a lighter sitting right there on the floor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't see that one as tagged in any picture, or I didn't see that as collected at all. Do you know if you ever collected that bit of evidence?
I don't believe so.
Okay, what was the reason behind that?
That, I mean, it's kind of like life. I mean, she's a smoker. There's evidence of that. It's her house. It's her bedroom. Just thought that was maybe her cigarette lighter that had fallen off the bed.
Okay, but I understand what you're saying, but that's kind of like, again, we go back to the paraphernalia in the living room. Again, you don't know the significance of it at that point. You're kind of making an assumption when you say that, right? Because it just as likely it could not be hers. It could be the perpetrator.
Yes, right. You're right.
Okay, all right, but we don't know because that was never collected, correct?
I don't think we did.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I don't think we did.
I don't think you did either. If you see something that changes your mind, then please let me know. So one of the things that you noticed in the bedroom was what I think everybody's kind of commonly calling the unknown substance at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think in your testimony, you testified that a couple of different things about it. One, initially you thought it would be, I guess, flaky or would fall apart. So you picked it up and you were surprised that it didn't fall apart. It was kind of, it stuck together, I guess you would say.
Correct.
Okay. You weren't sure what it was, but that when you smelled it, I think you stated something like you knew exactly what you were dealing with. Because I think you even used the example I used in the opening of, you have kids, you've changed diapers as well. So when you smelled it, you knew exactly what you were dealing with. What did you mean by that?
I knew that what I smelled was fecal matter.
Okay. So at that point in the scene, within minutes of being there, you knew that it was fecal matter.
No, sir.
Okay,
That was much later after we had done, put all the markers out. We videotaped, we photographed. This was toward the end of, we were getting ready to walk out. We were collecting everything to
Okay.
leave.
I'm sorry, that day.
Correct.
You, in your mind, you knew that it was fecal matter. Okay, I find that sort of confusing because in your reports, and as you reference it, you never say that, correct?
No, sir. I say tar-like substance.
An unknown substance, right?
I think I said tar-like. I could,
I honestly don't want to quibble with you, but I think this is kind of an important enough point that we should take a look at it. Do you have your report in front of you?
no.
Your investigative report? Okay. I'm going to give you my marked up copy, okay? If I may put some witness.
You may.
So this is your investigative report. not
Oh,
the
I'm sorry. I
content.
do have that.
You did.
one.
I thought you would.
I thought you were asking me about the actual iLeads report.
Oh, no, I'm talking about your investigative report.
Yes.
So just for clarification between you and I, you have kind of two reports on this. You have your written up investigative report, and then you kind of have your timeline,
Correct.
right? So just as we go, if I reference one, I'll say report. If I reference the other, I'll say timeline. How's that? Okay. So I'm looking at the second page of your report, and about the third paragraph down, the last line. Can you read that to yourself?
You are correct.
Okay.
I do reference that as well.
I think to be fair to you, I think you do also at some point call it tar-like, but you reference it as an unknown substance. And this investigative report that you write down, when did you write this? I'm sure you're not doing it in real time, right? It's later on.
No, yeah, you're correct. It's later on. And I don't know. I just put the date of the report
Sure.
of the date of the, when I arrived on the scene.
Okay, so it was at some point later on, but the reason you write this report is to basically, this is a report not only so we can use it if it ever got to hear a trial, but it's also for you, right?
Correct. It again just summarizes.
These are your notes essentially,
Yes.
right? In a written format that you can pick up and say, oh yeah, this is what was going on and going through my head on that day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you knew that it was fecal matter when you smelled it immediately, why didn't you write it in your own report to yourself?
Because it hasn't been tested. I can say that all day and I know what I smelled, but it hasn't been to a lab.
Right, and I understand that, but there are lots of reports, medical records that we've seen, other people that came in that said they didn't know what it was, that they suspected it was plant matter or it was potting soil. We heard a lot of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you really thought that, why didn't you write suspected fecal matter?
I don't know. I just didn't have it. I haven't had it tested. So I just wrote what it was to me, an unknown substance.
Okay, but that's where I get tripped up, is because you're telling us that you knew it was fecal matter when you smelled it. I know this is fecal matter, but when you write it down, you say it's unknown. Now, this is not a report that just anybody can get to initially, right?
Not initially, no.
Right. I mean, obviously, after somebody's charged, it comes out, and as you said on the tape, your defense counsel gets all that stuff.
Correct.
So it's not like this could just get out to the general public or anything like that. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So again, these are your notes to yourself. And you knew it was fecal matter, but you never said even suspected fecal matter. You just said unknown substance. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't even share that information with the medical staff. I think you testified in direct that you didn't share that with the same nurse because you didn't want it to get around. You wanted to keep that to yourself. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. But the same nurse, you also testified, that's somebody that's basically on part of your team as a sexual assault detective.
She has her lane. I have mine. She has her duties. I have mine.
I think that you said that you guys work pretty closely together,
That's correct.
right? So you wouldn't trust her with this information?
This is information that I don't want, that doesn't need to be out there.
But she's the one that's there examining her body. So you didn't feel it was information that's appropriate to share with her?
I think that's information that as a forensic nurse, she can find.
So you wanted her to come to her own conclusion?
Correct.
Okay. And then I think you said, because as I alluded to earlier, and we've heard a lot of people in this case have already testified again that they theorize that it was plant matter, potting soil, dirt, whatever you want to call it. And that I think you said in direct, you just kind of ran with that. What did you mean by that?
I didn't want that out there on the street. If everybody thinks it's dirt and plant matter, let them think that.
Okay, so you have this, and I honestly don't mean this flippantly, but it's what it sounds like. You have this secret bit of information that only you know, but you don't want to share with anybody who's helping investigate the case?
I'm not the only one who knows it.
Okay.
The killer knows it.
Oh, okay, I get that, but these are people that are helping you investigate your case. You get what I'm saying? Other police officers, the same nurse.
I definitely do not want patrol officers, the guys in uniform. Not that I don't trust them, okay? But I don't want them to know that because they're going to go out and start talking and get that, and that word will get out. The other detectives were not in the crime scene. They were doing my neighborhood canvas. They were going to the liquor store. They were looking for video.
Oh, okay, let us move on from that. I think you know, I've kind of come to a conclusion on that. So the other thing you testified to that you remembered, which I don't think is in your report, but that you specifically looked in every single pot in that room, because there's a lot, right? A lot of plants. And you said that none of the dirt had been disturbed.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And ignoring the fact that you certainly didn't know what the pots looked like beforehand, right? So you didn't have to compare it to anything.
No.
So this was your subjective belief that it doesn't look like it's been disturbed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the prosecutor showed you this picture, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that picture, you said that that's a broken pot, essentially, right?
A vase of some
Vase,
kind.
yeah,
something
whatever
like
you want
that.
to call it. And that was empty. That you looked at it and you believed it to be empty.
I still look at it and believe it to be empty.
Okay. So that means that you inspected it and that you found no dirt.
I walked over and looked at it.
Okay. Am I getting out of the way now? Okay. All right. So I want to show you another photo of that same plant, but it's a little wider, right? All right. So now we can tell when we're looking at it, there's definitely some sort of plant substance in that planter. You can see it coming.
It does appear, yes.
Right. So there's either two scenarios there in my mind. One, that you looked at it and there was nothing in it, meaning only the plant, right? And so if there's no dirt in there, that would indicate to me it's been disturbed, right?
I don't know. Like you said earlier, I don't know what it looked like prior to.
Right, but it'd be pretty odd, you have to admit, and it might be notable that there's a plant without any dirt. Plants need dirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you looked in here, you found no dirt, so presumably only found plant, correct?
Correct.
Last thing on potting soil. We heard, I think it was just yesterday, it seems like a week ago. We heard from a lab tech that came in, I think that you guys had sent this stuff off to have tested. And she said that she found, hopefully I said this right, urobilinogen in this unknown substance, right?
Yes.
And that's what made her believe that it contained fecal matter, right? Okay. And I believe when we asked her questions, she conceded that there are potting soils out there, if they have manure in them, also could come back as a positive with urobilinogen because it contains fecal matter, correct? Yes. Okay. Now, did you ever take a sample from any of these plants, any sort of potting soil from any one of the plants in the apartment?
No, sir.
Okay. So there is no way at this point for anyone to compare the potting soil that was in that apartment with the unknown substance to see if it had urobilinogen in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's move on a little bit. after you got done processing the scene, you did a neighborhood canvas, right?
Actually, that was being done by other detectives before they got there, being done while they were there. I was actually, the building was very small.
Right.
Waiting on K9 to get there and waiting on ETU or CSU. I was doing some of that in the building.
Well, at some point that day, you did a neighborhood canvas, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because you have a section in here that says canvas. Okay. And a neighborhood canvas, so we know, I mean, that's just literally, I think you said it on direct, you're just knocking on doors, see if anybody saw anything, right?
See if anybody had any knowledge, heard, saw.
I mean, that's like police 101, right? You don't know what you're going to find, so you got to ask.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so that's why you're knocking on these doors. And at some point, when you're doing that, there were some doors you didn't get anybody, right?
Correct.
Or, I mean, this is probably in the middle of the day. At that point, people might be at work, right? But you were able to come in contact with somebody named Priscilla McClure. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based upon your conversations with Ms. McClure, you were keyed in at that point to apartment 13. Does that sound right?
That is right.
Okay. And she told you might want to check that out up there, right?
She did.
Okay. Because she said she saw some men kind of coming in and out of there at that previous night. That apartment 13.
I think she was implying when she said that it's an ongoing.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. But to be fair, you went up to apartment 13 based upon her suggestion, I guess is what I'm getting at.
I did, but I also went to all the other doors.
Right. You would have gone there anyway.
Yeah,
but that
correct.
was one that was probably some particular interest at that point because she said, hey, go check it out up there. Right. And in fact, I think we're going by the timeline. It was just probably less than 10 minutes later, you went up to apartment 13. So I want to ask you, or I want to see if you agree with this, that at the time you knocked on the door of apartment 13, I kind of want to summarize what you did, okay? Where you were in your investigation, okay? And you tell me if any of these things I have out of order,
Okay.
right? You had already been in Miss Devine's apartment.
Yes.
You had already surveyed the living room, found signs of a fight, the dentures, the button, all that kind of good stuff. You already knew that the victim had ended up in the bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also had some leads that you were following up involving these Old English beer cans, right? That were found in her apartment.
Following up with leads.
Meaning that that was a poor way to put that, but you bagged and tagged them, right? You knew that they might have some significance.
Are you referring to Miss Devine's
In
apartment?
Miss Devine's apartment.
Yes.
Yes. So we knew we had Old English beer cans, broken dentures, earrings, signs of assault, that type of stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at that point, knowing that, you knock on the door of apartment 13 after Priscilla kind of pointed it out to you, but you don't have any suspects, right? At all.
I don't even have a story yet.
Right. Super early in the investigation. So when you knocked on apartment 13, a woman by the name of Catherine Smith answered the door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Her apartment.
Well, she didn't answer. She said, come in, and I opened it and she was sitting on that couch here.
Yeah, I think
Told me
we saw
come
her.
in.
I'm going to bring one up here in a second, but she invited you in. It's her apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's not the only thing that you noticed in the apartment. You noticed a guy that was sleeping on the floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Didn't know who he was. Okay. Later identified to be Eugene Mitchell.
Correct.
Okay. I think you said all that in a direct, but also what you found were a couple Old English beer cans also in that apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of them was actually found kind of on the floor near where Mr. Mitchell was passed out or
Yes.
sleeping, right? Okay. And you ultimately collected those beer cans as evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I imagine you did that because of the connection it might have with the beer cans that are in the apartment next door.
Exactly.
Right. Because I got a little confused by this, but when we were talking about those beer cans, or excuse me, when you were talking about those beer cans with the prosecutor, it appeared that you kind of tried to, or not tried, but the prosecutor asked you, is that a pretty common thing to be sold at Norfolk Liquors? And you said, yes.
Yes.
right? But one, I'm assuming you don't work off duty at Norfolk Liquors, right?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't know you've not seen their inventory or sale of records, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So I guess at best that's an assumption, right? That they sell a lot of Old English.
Well, so I have been in that store multiple
Right.
times and I have seen that
Right.
multiple times every time I was there.
But you keyed in on it because you took it as evidence.
Yes.
Right. So you think, and I'm assuming the reason you kind of keyed in on it was, hey, what's going on in this apartment might have something to do with what's going on in that apartment over there.
That was my thinking.
Right. And so Mr. Mitchell, at some point when you're talking to Miss Smith, he wakes up. I think you said he was agitated, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All you got from him is his name, and then he left, right?
Name, date of birth, and I asked him if he had seen or heard anything unusual, if anything happened last night, and his answer was no.
Okay. And that's something that I kind of found confusing when I'm kind of looking through this. But given the fact that you ended up in that apartment because somebody said, hey, go check it out up there, and given the fact you actually have some evidence that at least your, for lack of a better word, spidey sense is going off, like, hey, there might be a connection here. You didn't think there might be a connection between Mr. Mitchell and those beer cans?
Again, at this point in time, I don't have anything to go off of. I don't have enough to say he was definitely there. I don't even know what the victim has to say because I've not been able to talk to her.
Right. So, but that's why you investigate a case, right? That's why you're trying to figure out that fact, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't mean that flippantly. I mean, that's why you're there, right?
Correct.
And you have a person that's on the ground near a beer can that matches what was found in the victim's apartment, and you didn't ask him anything aside from what'd you see?
That's correct.
Okay. But that's part of, interviewing a potential witness or potential suspect, that's also kind of detective 101, right?
I don't know that he's a potential suspect. I don't have enough for that, but I do have his name, address, date of birth. And if I do develop him later as a suspect, I know where to go find him.
Right. But when you're interviewing a witness, I mean, there's two scenarios you might be as a potential suspect, which he ended up obviously being, or a witness, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Or nobody.
Or nobody. That's true. But at that point, you got enough to think, hey, maybe there's something going on here. So you could have asked him questions beyond just what did you see? You could have said, hey, were you in that apartment over there? Did you ask him that?
No, sir.
Okay. You could have, and you're a domestic violence detective, right?
Sex crime detective.
I'm sorry, sex crime. And so assault is something that comes up a lot over your years of experience. You've seen a lot of assaults and worked a lot of assault cases, I assume.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And part of that, you have seen both victims of assault and also suspects and ultimate defendants charged with assault, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that is you will look at a person and see, is there a potential suspect? Is there anything about them that might indicate that they have assaulted somebody, right? Scratch marks, injuries to the hands, scratches on the back, the face, something like that, right?
Mr. Mitchell was very covered up in a jacket. I did not see his hand, and I did not see any scratch marks at that time.
Okay. Did you ask him, like, hey, man, can I see your neck? You know?
No, sir. Again, it's just that early still.
Well, I understand that, but he's not just random. He's got something that ties him to the scene, which is those beer cans right there.
I suspect it's going to tie him to that scene.
And also, not to mention, it's pretty much right next door, right? I mean, it's like just a couple doors down from the scene, right?
Correct. But everybody, not everybody, I don't want to say that. A lot of people in that neighborhood frequent that Norfolk Liquors. I don't know that they frequent it too. I mean, it could be that it's not connected. I'm just doing it because
But that's
the
why
possibility
that's why
exists.
you asked, right?
And I did, but not then.
I understand. So he leaves. You collect the beer cans, right?
Yes, sir.
Actually, Judge, can we approach for a second?
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Van Treese has plenty of other questions for our detective. However, the Commonwealth has another witness that needs to testify today. They will be unavailable after today. So we're going to go ahead and sort of put a pin in Mr. Van Treese's cross-examination of Detective Gibson. We're going to have him step down, though he's still under oath. He's not going to discuss his testimony with anyone or do any further preparation for his testimony. We'll hear from the next witness and then see where we are time-wise. So I know that's a little unusual. I wanted to explain to you what's going on and why. All right, Ms. Gunnion.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Michelle Crawford.
Are you going to be using the screens, Ms. Gunnion, or can we turn on the, okay, I'll ask Josh. Can you get them chambers? Thank you. Much better. Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would please step up to our temporary witness stand here. And before you have a seat, if you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat, make yourself comfortable. You can leave your mask on or take it off while you're answering questions. That's up to you. If you'll just make sure that you speak into that microphone so everyone in the courtroom can hear your answers. Go ahead, Ms. Gunnion.
Good afternoon, Ms. Crawford.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Michelle Crawford. I am a latent print examiner for the Louisville Metro Police Department.
You're actually seated out
I'm
in the
sorry.
gallery. No worries, no worries. It's a little weird.
It is weird, sorry.
So you stated that you are with the crime scene unit.
Yeah, I'm actually with the latent print squad.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been doing this type of work for about 20 years. I started out at corrections in 2002. I spent about 5 years there and then went to St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department for 2 years. And then after that, I came back home to Kentucky, worked at KSP for about 4 years, and then joined LMPD in 2013 to present.
So altogether, is that
About 20 years.
20 years of experience?
Yes.
And what does a latent print examiner do?
A latent print examiner takes in evidence submitted by crime scene technicians, and we analyze latent prints for the possibility of being able to, either compare them or make them not of value.
So we actually heard from Tracy Gutterman a couple of days ago, I believe it was, and she let us know that she collected some lifts from 2 items that were found at 4204 Norbrook, specifically a beer can, and then the second item was a TV, which actually came from 4608 Beachbrook Road. Were those lifts forwarded to you?
Yes.
And what did you do with them?
I received the lifts and I looked at them to see which ones were suitable for comparison. And it turned out to be lift number 1 and lift number 6 were suitable for comparison. The other ones were not of value.
And what makes the lift suitable for comparison?
It's the points of comparison that there's enough there to be able to make an ID. Some are just not suitable. I usually tend to go with about 9 points of identification to be able to make an ID. And 2 of those met that criteria. The rest of them did not.
Okay, so 2 out of the 7 that you received, you were able to compare.
That is correct.
And on what date did you conduct your comparison?
This was done on November 14th, 2013.
So 2 days after the incident.
Yes.
And on that date, were you asked to compare those lifts to any specific individual?
Yes, I was asked to compare to Eugene Mitchell.
And did you do that comparison?
I did.
Could you please tell us what your results were?
My results were that he was not a match.
Were you able to find a match to either one of the two lifts?
I did. I found a match to lift number 1, and that belonged to Dominique Price.
And that lift
Belonged to it was from the TV.
from the television. So
Yes.
a lift from the television belonged to a individual by the name of Dominique Price.
That is correct.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
And
Anything?
are the lifts still preserved now?
Yes,
And are they kept with you?
yes.
We don't have any further questions.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Gunny?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Detective, if you'll retake the stand. Thank you.
Wait, he sit down. All right. So the way we left it, I believe, actually, what I'd like to do, and this is something I forgot to do, I'm going to show you some photos of apartment 13. You look through these and tell me if they look like what you saw on that day. Josh, how do I turn off? Second, third tape.
Yes, sir.
And Judge, I would move to introduce these defendants exhibits. I think we're on 25 through 32.
Okay. Any objection? No, Your Honor.
And permission to publish them to the jury. Judge.
You may, and so admitted.
Oh, sorry, wrong photos. And again for rushing. Here we go. All right. So this photo, I think we already saw. That's Catherine Smith, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm going to point on this one because I think the jury can see better. But right here, this is the beer can that was on the floor, right? The Old English.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So does that mean that Eugene was kind of right here or right here?
If you could go diagonal toward that black shoe where that would have been where it's about the area where his head was.
Right here, something like that?
Kind of diagonal that way.
Okay. All right. So, but next to this black can, I think that's how you noted, or excuse me, the Old English can, that's how you noted it before.
Yes.
Okay. This is just more of her apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I assume those are just officers that were there assisting. Okay. Different angle of Catherine Smith. This one, another angle, but you can see the can again that you found, right?
Yes, sir.
Close up of the can.
Correct.
And these are the cans that you took as evidence, correct?
That one and the one on the table.
Right. And is this the table that you found it on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think there's a close up here, but this is where it is right here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I think this might be the close up. Yeah, that's the close up of the one that's on the table, right? Okay. And that is just apartment 13 as you found it. Now, as you were sort of wrapping up for the day, I think you testified that Eugene Mitchell returned to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell just didn't wander up. He was pretty agitated, right?
Yelling.
Animated.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was according to, I think on your timeline, at 15:20 or about 3:20 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Right. About, actually, is that, yeah, 3:20. So that's about what, 4-5 hours since you've been on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And about 3 or 4 hours since you previously saw Mr. Mitchell in the previous apartment, in apartment 13, right?
I'll take your word for that one.
Okay, I think you went up there around 11:08 is when you went to.
That is correct. You're
Okay,
right.
so we're 11 in the morning, 3:20 in the afternoon. So
About 4 hours.
4 hours of some change, right? So he, and obviously I go back to, he was a potential person of interest or a witness because of his proximity to the crime scene and these beer cans, but he was basically gone for 4 hours and you can't account for him for much of that time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So actually sort of lucky that he came back, caught a break.
Keeping in mind, though, I had his address and information.
I don't disagree, but he comes up to you and says some things that are important.
Yes, sir.
I didn't do anything to her. I didn't kill her, or something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He also said that he admitted to being in that apartment
Yes, sir.
that night, that he drank beer and smoked crack with her, right?
Yes, sir.
And that he never left.
No, what? So let me back up for a second,
Okay.
sir. He was in the apartment with her last night. I didn't kill her. The crack and all that other stuff didn't come out until we got downtown.
Okay.
So at that point, I'm just trying to talk him into coming downtown to give me a statement.
And then, and he said he never left the living room.
Correct. Well, that's also downtown.
Okay. And I apologize, but it's just unclear.
I may not have
Right.
specified that.
Understood. So, but at that point, you want to talk to this guy, right?
Absolutely.
Right. You're keyed in on him because now it's all kind of coming together. Right. Meaning that, and I don't mean you solved it. I'm just saying at that point, beer cans, proximity, and a guy walking up and saying, I had nothing to do with that, but I was in there.
I definitely have a lead going forward.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said you kind of caught a break at that point. Like,
Yeah.
not everybody does that. Okay. So I think you alluded to, he comes down and he voluntarily goes to the station. But before he does that, he did try to leave, right?
Yes, he wanted to drink a beer. He agreed to go down, but he wanted to drink a beer first, and he walked away.
But I mean, he was going fast the way I read your report,
Yeah.
right? You had to catch up with him. And at some point you put him in cuffs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did that because I'm assuming at that point you realized you had a previous run-in with Mr. Mitchell. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that previous run-in was for a felony arrest where he got violent,
Correct.
right? Resisted arrest.
Yes, sir.
So you did that for his safety, probably your safety, obviously, as well.
Correct. And at that point in time, we're on the Lanai
Right.
at the steps.
Right. You got him in cuffs. You're talking him down essentially, and you get him calm enough to say, "Hey, come on back to the station and talk with me."
Correct.
Right. So I assume you removed the cuffs at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you drove him down there. I think it's what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you got to the station pretty quickly. My notes say it's around 15:58, which is almost 4 o'clock, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And a few things occur when you're at the station. You get buccal swabs from him, and that's DNA, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You, and I think we saw it on Marcus's video. That's the same process you went through.
Absolutely.
You described it, how it went and all that. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
I think it's direct, but that's exactly how you do it. Swab them, tag, put it in the bag. And,
Exact same procedure.
okay. And then at that point, you begin to interview him. But while you're doing that, I think at some point you noticed injury on his hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was a bit of evidence or something you noticed that stood out to you, right?
I don't know that it's evidence yet, but it definitely stood out.
Right. Again, we'll go back to the fact that, I mean, you've been doing it 20 years now, but at that point you've been doing it 13, 14 years, right? As an officer, police officer.
As a police officer, yeah, 12 years.
Something like that. Yes. So my point is, and this is what we talked about before, you're again familiar with injuries suspects of assaults will have, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you've seen these types of injuries before, which might indicate that somebody was in a fight or assaulted somebody, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the injury to his hand, which I'm going to show you here in a second, I think we've already seen it, but that's why that stood out to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Especially in light of what we saw with those dentures, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because those dentures are obviously bloody and broken and on the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
So you made a connection that this injury might have something to do with that assault.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. So in your mind, Eugene Mitchell committed that assault.
No, sir. He is a person of interest for that assault.
Right. Okay.
Remember, I still haven't spoke to a victim yet.
No, I understand. I understand. But you would agree that this injury, and again, they've already seen it, but I'm going to put it up here in a second. This injury is consistent with hitting somebody.
Or something, yes.
Okay. Do you remember, well, would you describe it as a fight bite?
I have described it that way. About 30 years ago, I was in the Marine Corps and I served for 5 years in the Marine Corps, and I was hit by a drunk driver, which on my motorcycle that put me in a hospital. While I was there with a doctor, another Marine came in and had a bad infection on his hand. And as soon as the doctor saw it, it was on his knuckle. The doctor looked down and said, "Oh, you got a fight bite. Did you hit someone?" And the Marine said, "Yes." And so I've kind of ran with that since then.
No, I like that. So a fight bite is
Essentially hitting a tooth.
right. Okay, that's what I'm getting at, and you got me there. So essentially, it's an injury that comes from hitting a tooth that caused an injury on a hand.
Yes, sir.
Right, and that's what you, in looking at it, your experience, this seemed to be consistent with that type of injury, right?
Correct.
That's why you photographed it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at it again. I can show you 3 different things. Those top 2 pictures, are those the pictures you took? I know it's not the best quality. It'll be better on the computer, but that second one I think is better. And then that last one, that is Eugene Mitchell.
That is correct.
Okay.
But yes, wow, that's a bad picture.
Hopefully it'll show up better. On the computer. Judge, permission to, or excuse me, we'd like to introduce these 3 exhibits as, I've lost track now. 29?
You're on 32 is your last
So
one?
this would be 33 through 36.
Any objection? No, you're on.
And we permission to, sorry, publish to the jury.
Yes.
Thank you.
okay.
All right, detective. Bear with me. I'll get these back up. 35. Okay. You know what? That's not much better, is it? Let me go down to the other one. There we go. That's better, right? So you can see that wound, there's a little bit of scabbing to it, but I think what must have keyed you in, because I noticed the same thing, is that it looks fresh because you can see the red, right?
Correct.
So if it was an old injury, it got re-aggravated in some way.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then just so we're clear, That's Eugene Mitchell, right?
Correct.
Okay. Additionally, while you're there talking to him, you also were able to determine that the coat he was wearing was missing a button, right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe he even admitted to you that that was the button that was at the apartment, right?
I don't think he admitted that it was in the apartment. He admitted that it was loose and yeah, you're probably right. I think he said it fell off at the apartment. Yeah.
And so at that point, you have this guy in front of you who you found in close proximity to the scene, within hours of responding to the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You found evidence in the apartment he was in that matched the apartment where the assault happened, meaning the beer cans, right?
Yes, sir.
You have him coming up to you and admitting to you that he was in that apartment the next day.
Yes, sir.
Correct. You knew him previously from a previous arrest where he had been violent, right?
Yes.
Okay. You have a match matching the coat and the button found in the victim's apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what'd you do with him?
Interviewed him and took him home.
You let him go. You didn't take the coat,
No, sir.
but the coat was in the apartment with the victim, right?
At some point, yes.
And the button is laying on the ground in the midst of what you identified, and I agree with you, appears to be scenes of a struggle, right?
Yes, sir.
So I understand you don't have all the answers at this point, but it seems to me when you couple that with his fight bite, that he may have been wearing that coat when this fight happened, when he hit Sheila Devine. Would you disagree with that?
That's all possible. Yes.
Right. And at this point, all we're dealing with is possible, and that's why you have to investigate, right?
Yes, sir. It takes more than that. And I never expected, because remember, this is day one, it's still very early,
Right.
very dynamic. I never expected that I was never going to be able to talk with Miss Sheila and get a story from her.
Understood. But there's the guy sitting in front of you, and he's wearing this coat that you can tie to the scene. And we heard testimony from the hair fiber or fabric expert, she probably has a more official name than that, but the expert come in and say that this coat was slick or shiny, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it shed fibers and hairs easily, right? We heard her testify to that.
Yes.
Okay, and fibers and hairs are evidence, right?
Can be. Yes,
Right.
sir.
We heard about that yesterday. You were able to recover fibers and hairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And so here we have this coat that, by the way, at this point, he's been wearing for about 5 hours uninterrupted since you found him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we know that the coat at some point was in that apartment and that a violent assault occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's right in front of you and you never take it.
I take it, just not then.
Understood. About 10 days later, right?
Something like that.
Okay. But at that point, we're way past when the assault actually happened.
We're way past the assault, but we still have him admitting he was in there. We can tie him in there. We're good with that.
Don't disagree, but you're still trying to piece it together when you're sitting right there.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And so whatever evidence was on that coat as he sat there in the police station, walked out with him and you let him go, right?
Assuming there was anything on there. Remember, he was 4 hours by
Don't
himself.
disagree, but we have to assume because you never took it, right? We don't know because you never took it.
And we don't know the other way. But yes, you're right.
Right. But that's why you're there, is to figure out what happened, not to assume one way or the other down the road, to guess down the road, right?
Down the road, it wasn't a guess.
Right. Understood. But my point is, you know what? I'll retract that. I think you understand where I'm coming from with that. Judge, I actually think I'm probably at a breaking point there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to then resume or recess for the day. Mr. Van Treese will take back up with it's getting towards the end of the day. I'm losing my words. Mr. Van Treese will take up with Detective Gibson tomorrow morning when we resume. Let's resume tomorrow at 9:15. 9:15 tomorrow morning.
All right, but you're-
You all may be seated.